Hello, Mayor.
Hey, are we good?
Yes, we can hear you. We'll see you in a bit.
All right.
Hi, Richard.
I can.
Am I good?
Yes.
I can barely hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Claudia. This is Steve Heaton with Laconia.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me well?
I can, loud and clear. Are you able to see me?
Yes.
All right, very good. I just wanted to jump on and check our equipment. Paul Menzies will be giving a presentation this evening, and so he'll share his screen when we get to that point on the agenda.
Okay.
Okay,
I'm looking forward to it. Thank you.
very good. Thank you. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Yeah.
You guys are on it. Can you hear me?
We hear you. Don't see you.
Boo.
Well, we see you.
Okay. I haven't changed much since you last saw me, have I?
Nope.
You look like 4 letters.
What'd you say?
I said, you look like 4 letters.
Oh,
KCRT.
got it.
And it looks like Nat's back home.
Okay, city clerk, are you ready to go?
Yes, I am.
Okay, welcome everyone to the open session before closed session to hear public comment. Would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Bates. Councilmember Bates is absent. Councilmember Jimenez,
Presente.
Councilmember Johnson,
Here.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Presente.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
I'm here, but my video isn't working. I might have to sign off and on again.
okay, thank you. Councilmember Willis,
Here.
and Mayor Butt.
Here. Would you read the closed session items, please?
Yes, hold on one second. This evening, under closed session, the council will discuss the following items: public employee performance evaluations, title city clerk and city manager, public employee appointment, title city manager, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, number of potential cases is 1, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. Cases include Sprawl Death et al. Versus City of Richmond, the Giddyville Rancheria of California et al. Versus the United States of America et al., North Coast Rivers Alliance et al., Point Melody Alliance et al. Versus City of Richmond, and City of Richmond versus Thomas K. Butt. Conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, there are 3 cases. Conference with labor negotiations, agency representatives, Jacqueline Gross and Anil Camello, employee organizations, SEIU Local 1021 full-time unit and part-time unit, IFPTE Local 21 mid-level management unit and executive management unit, Richmond Police Officers Association, RPOA, Richmond Police Management Association, RPMA, IAFF Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association, RFMA. I do not see any request to
Oh,
address
will
the
you help
council.
me? I gotta get my camera going.
Okay,
Oops.
Mayor, I do not see any request to address the council.
In
You're
that case,
muted.
we're adjourned to closed session. Somebody muted me.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Yeah. I just got through unmuting myself, but I can't hear anyone.
After everyone to closed session. Council's in closed session.
You want me to re-sign in?
Due to COVID-19, this meeting will be conducted via Zoom pursuant to the provisions of the Governor's Urgency Measure Assembly Bill 361, which suspends certain requirements of the Brown Act. The main
Test, test, test.
I can hear you, Stephanie. You want to turn on your camera?
Yeah, because we're not in the public.
That's right.
Okay.
Very nice. You're all good to go.
Thank you so much, Sue.
Sure, you're welcome.
Hi, this is Richard from KCRT Television. I'm trying to bring in some people to be panelists. Bob Kagan and Cleve Livingston. Look on your screen right now. There should be a dialog box that says join us as panelists. Also, Yoder, I'm trying to bring you in as well. Hi, Cleve.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect.
You can turn off your camera and mute your microphone until your item comes up.
Great. Thanks so much.
No problem. Thank you.
Start video.
Mhm.
It seems to be working.
Yeah, and maybe mute it real fast. Okay.
Paul Menzie. Yeah, we can. Paul Menzie, are you there?
I'm sorry, are you asking about Paul Menzies?
Yes.
Yes, this is Paul.
Okay, Paul. Just want to make sure everything's okay.
Yep, everything is good.
If you can turn off your camera and mute your microphone and come back, turn your camera on and mic when it's your item.
Okay, will do. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
You know, the city right now has an obligation to two parties to sell this property to them. And how appropriate is it
Hello again. My name is Richard. I'm from KCRT Television. I am trying to bring in some people to be panelists. And looking for Yoder. Look for a dialog box that says to join as a panelist. Lena. Jolie. Bob Kagan.
Okay, Madam Clerk, I see 4 council members. Are you ready to go?
Yes.
Okay, welcome everyone to the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council. Would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Bates? Councilmember Bates? Councilmember Jimenez?
Presente.
Councilmember Johnson?
Here.
Vice Mayor Martinez?
Presente.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Here.
Councilmember Willis?
Here.
And Mayor Butt.
Here. Would you roll the instructional video, please?
Due to COVID-19, this meeting will be conducted via Zoom pursuant to the provisions of the Governor's Urgency Measure Assembly Bill 361, which suspends certain requirements of the Brown Act. The mayor will call upon council members, staff, and other guest speakers by name. Please speak clearly and state your name before giving comments or remarks. Council members, staff, and guest speakers participating via Zoom with their cameras enabled are reminded that their activities are visible to viewers. Community members participating via Zoom wishing to speak should use the raised hand feature or dial *9 if participating via phone, and the mayor or city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. Community members will have up to 2 minutes to speak, 3 minutes for public hearings. After the speaker's time expires, staff will lower their hand and mute their mic. Community members participating via phone will be called upon to speak by the last 4 digits of their phone number. Public input and participation are of the utmost importance to the City of Richmond City Council. Therefore, it is important for public speakers to be ready to address the council when called upon. Public speakers are requested to state their names and city of residence, but providing such information is voluntary. Written public comments received before and during the meeting in accordance with the COVID-19 public comment guidelines printed on the meeting agenda will be entered into the record and published at the clerk's office webpage. If authors of written correspondence would also like to speak on the item, they should raise their hand when prompted by the mayor, and the city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. A roll call vote will be taken for all action items. The meeting can be seen on KCRT's TV channel and is being streamed on Zoom, YouTube, and kcrt.com. Thank you for participating in a meeting of the City of Richmond City Council.
Debido a COVID-19, esta reunión se llevará a cabo a través de Zoom en conformidad con las provisiones de la medida de urgencia del gobernador de la Ley de la Asamblea 361, que suspende ciertos requisitos de la Ley Brown. El alcalde llamará a los concejales, a los empleados de la ciudad y a otros invitados a hablar por nombre. Por favor, hable claramente y diga su nombre antes de dar su comentario. Se recuerda a los concejales, empleados de la ciudad y otros invitados participando a través de Zoom con sus cámaras encendidas que sus actividades son visibles al público. Miembros de la comunidad participando a través de Zoom que deseen hablar deberían de usar la función levantar la mano, en inglés raise hand, o marcar *9 si están participando por teléfono. El alcalde y la secretaria municipal llamarán a los oradores en el momento apropiado. Miembros de la comunidad tendrán hasta 2 minutos para hablar y 3 minutos para temas de audiencias públicas. Después de que se expire el tiempo de orador, se le bajará la mano y el micrófono será silenciado. Miembros de la comunidad participando por teléfono serán llamados para su turno usando los últimos 4 dígitos de su número de teléfono. Los comentarios y la participación del público son de suma importancia para el Consejo Municipal. Por lo tanto, es importante que los oradores públicos estén listos para dar sus comentarios al Consejo Municipal cuando sean llamados. Se pide que los oradores públicos indiquen sus nombres y ciudad de residencia, pero proveer dicha información es voluntario. Comentarios escritos recibidos antes y durante la reunión, de acuerdo con las reglas designadas para comentario público durante el COVID-19, imprimidos en la agenda de la reunión, serán ingresados en el registro y se publicarán en la página web de la Secretaría Municipal. Si los autores de la correspondencia escrita también desean hablar sobre el tema, deberían levantar la mano cuando sea pedido por el alcalde y la Secretaría Municipal los llamará en el momento apropiado. Se realizará una votación nominal para todos los puntos de acción. La reunión se podrá ver en el canal de televisión de KCRT y también se transmitirá en Zoom, YouTube y kcrt.com. Gracias por participar en una reunión de Consejo Municipal de la ciudad de Richmond.
Okay, thank you. Next item is statement of conflict of interest. Does anybody have one they'd like to disclose? Next item is agenda review. I have two items. One is I'd like to remove item 01A from the consent calendar. And I'm going to totally remove item 0.9A. That was the item supporting AB 1814. And the reason is this was a bill brought by Cal CCA, which is the Association of CCAs throughout California. And apparently the investor-owned utilities mounted such an effective lobbying effort against it that it was clear that it wouldn't pass this year. So we're just taking our letter of support off the agenda. Let's see, Councilmember, we'll go ahead, City Clerk, and then Councilmember McLaughlin.
Okay, there's a request from Councilmember Jimenez to remove item O11A from the consent calendar to be discussed.
Okay, and Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes, first of all, which was the other item, Mayor Butt, that you were pulling from the calendar? I know you removed item.
01A, that's the one about amending an ordinance for encroachments, street encroachments.
Okay, thanks. I also want to state that, and I already communicated this to the city attorney, the city manager, and the mayor, that I will be removing the third resolved in the item P1 resolution about designating me as Richmond's representative to the Public Bank East Bay. I had a conversation with the mayor, and he is committed to appoint me in this role at the very next council meeting to keep with the majority of our past practice, and I'm fine with that. So when we get to that item, I will make sure when we talk about the resolution to remind everyone that that one resolved, which is the third one, is removed. So thank you.
So
Any other agenda changes?
I have a question on that item.
Which item?
For item P1. So the third part of that recommended action should be stricken.
The third part of the recommended action, and it's the
stricken?
third resolved in the resolution.
Okay, but then on the recommended action on the agenda.
Yeah,
are we
you
moving
can
that?
take that
Okay.
part off, yeah.
All right, thank you.
Okay, I don't see any others. So that'll take care of the agenda changes. And the next item will be a report of the city attorney of final decisions. I don't see the city attorney. Maybe we can come back to that. So let's move on to a report from the city manager.
Good evening, Mayor Butt and members of the City Council. Shasta Curl, Interim City Manager. I would like to invite all Richmond residents to come out to an I Heart Richmond cleanup event. It's going to be held at Meestrom Village. We're doing spring cleaning. Lunch supplies and tools will be provided. We ask you to wear toes-closed shoes, and you can register online at Eventbrite, or you can scan your QR code from the city manager's weekly report. It's going to be from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at 250 South 13th Street. And the parking lot is where we're going to meet up. We're going to be passing out supplies, and volunteers that show up will receive a mask and a t-shirt. And we really appreciate all the collaborative work happening across the city and community services, public works, the city manager's office to help keep our community clean and support our residents in the Nystrom Village neighborhood. Also on April 9th, we have the spring egg hunt at Nickel Park near the tennis courts from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. Those who are toddlers or till 14 years of age are encouraged to come participate. And it's going to be a great event. And if you have any questions, feel free to call 510-620-6793. Again, 510-620-6793. Thank you.
Next item is abatement report from Public Works Director.
Council members, Joe Leach, Director of Public Works, KCRT, if we could bring up the monthly abatement report. Again, this is the time of the month where we get to celebrate the work that Public Works, the community, other members of the city staff are engaged in efforts around the city. Next slide, please. There's neighborhood cleanup, neighborhood dumpster day, I should say, for 3 days, part in the Parkchester neighborhood, East Shore neighborhood, and Parkview. Total tonnage collected was nearly 21.5 tons. There were 14 truckloads utilized in the effort, and 12 dumpsters were filled in Parkchester. East Shore had 2 dumpsters filled, and Parkview had 7. So quite a few dumpsters involved in that effort. Next slide, please. And dumpster day included assistance for some senior members of our community. 46 seniors and disabled persons were engaged in the effort in these dumpster days. Next slide, please. And as you can see, quite a bit of effort expended towards illegal dumping. Nearly 205 tons removed in the month of March, excuse me, we're in April already. Next slide, please. Richmond Parkway maintenance took place where we did some vegetation management within the medians, as well as the right of way along the perimeter. Next slide, please. And as you can see, more encampment abatement took place, nearly 18 tons involved in both Castro and Ryden Road abatement encampments. Next slide, please. And total tonnage for the month of March, illegal dumping, almost 205 tons, encampments, nearly 18 tons, for a grand total of nearly 223 tons. Next slide. As well as some of the efforts related to graffiti removal, 260 tags in 154 locations. Next slide. We did a few board ups after hours. Again, that's when vandalism takes place and staff are called in to do some life safety emergency board up. Next slide, please. And just highlighting some of our partners over the course of the last month: Sims Metal, iHeart Richmond, and Republic Services. With that, I will entertain any questions you might have.
Councilmember Bates.
Well, Joe, I want to applaud you and your staff. As evidenced by your presentation, you are doing the very best you can to keep this city clean. Yet at the same time, it continues to be filthy. Case in point is that in front of the McVitie Annex, I reported a vehicle abandoned. On SB, I was contacted by some residents in that area where campers and everybody else is just flooded SB area. In front of the Veterans Building, I reported 2 weeks ago, abandoned car. I drove by there yesterday, is still there. I don't know what it takes to continue to clean up this city, but I think this city council need to make a strong position. For an example, There are continuously have reported that vehicles without registration, California updated license plates and so forth are continuously parked all over the city. Now, I've been retired from probation, and I know the fact that DMV mandates any vehicle that is not registered with up-to-date tags is not to be on the street. Yet, for whatever reason, no one seemed to try to make that rule applicable. I understand that you got street sweepers are down. Well, this council neither collectively, I think, give some directions to Public Works and some staffing, whatever it takes to continue to keep the city clean. And I've asked this item to be placed on the agenda at the next coming meeting for this council to take, hopefully, a positive role in giving you assistance in keeping this city clean. So if you have any comments to that effect, I'd appreciate it.
Well, Councilmember Bates, thank you first of all for the acknowledgement of the efforts of staff to kind of continue to embark on the journey of keeping the city clean and doing their best efforts. I would welcome a discussion to talk about a variety of means and methods that we can take to kind of bolster that effort. I think not only with staff, but a higher level of community engagement. So if we want to talk about the next council meeting, I don't know if you're intending that to be an agenda item that you're sponsoring, or if you want to do it collaboratively, we can talk about that after the fact.
Okay, we can do it collaboratively. I want to hear from your perspective, so that collectively we can maybe hopefully present something to the council that they would be supportive of, to give you tools and authority to do your job even better. Thank you kindly for what you're doing.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Well, I recognize too that that a lot's being done when you're talking about clearing out over 200 tons of trash. That's a lot of trash. And one of the things I've asked before, and I've never gotten an answer, is what would it take to actually keep the city clean? In terms of money and in terms of staff. And I think that if we knew what the delta was between what we have now, that in spite of the magnitude of it, I think that a lot of people are concerned about it. So it would be nice if we could just tell people, okay, if you want the city clean, it's going to cost, pick a number, an extra $4 million a year, an extra 15 staff people, whatever. So I think that's a number we ought to have on the table. And if the city council wants to find that money somewhere, we can do it. We still have about $17 million of ARPA funds that we haven't decided what to do with. So that would be my request. Okay, any other questions for Public Works Director? If there are any questions or comments from the public, you can do it during open forum. Councilmember Willis.
Yeah, one thing that I was gonna comment on that, and thank you to Director Leach, because I know I've been involved in a number of cleanup efforts, and even after we clean up an area, it seems like either 12 hours later, 24 hours, sometime in a 3-day time period, it's like we didn't do anything at all. And even walking up the greenway, sometimes it looks like people literally just throw trash bags over their fence into the greenway. So I know part of our joint powers authority with Recycle More, there are vouchers and dump vouchers and dump containers that we offer to the public and city of residents, but I don't know how well that's actually publicized. I mean, honestly, if I wasn't on the board, I probably wouldn't have that at the forefront of my brain. So that being said, I'm wondering if there's any type of campaign literature, just something simple that we can get out to the rest of the public as a service that they can utilize to get rid of bulky items and trash items. I mean, it's not going to stop the people who are riding down the street and throwing things out of their car, or people who are coming from outside the city into ours and dumping at night. But at least for residents who need to get rid of something, just advertising that a bit more so they have it as an option, rather than, I don't want to spend $400 just to go to the dumps.
Okay, Councilmember Johnson.
No, yeah, really appreciative of all of the work that you guys are doing, Joe. I'm just kind of building on what Councilmember Willis was saying, because I've brought this up before in regards to the father and son construction company that dumps at the Nevin Community Center. We have a few people who illegally dump, but actual dumping services, choosing Richmond as their place to get rid of those, getting rid of that tonnage. And so to kind of connect it to what Mayor Butt was saying, if we can kind of find out how we can stop that, as well as keep the city going, I think would also be very advantageous for us maintaining a clean city as well.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, I see the city attorney here. Would you like to give the report on final decisions made during closed session, city attorney?
Yes, sorry I was late. So the items we discussed evaluation of the city clerk. There was no reportable action taken. We also did evaluation city manager. No reportable action taken. On the appointment of city manager, that item is on the public agenda tonight. There was no reportable action in closed session. The item involving the initiation of litigation one matter, we gave a status report on those matters. There was no reportable action taken. Concerning the different matters listed here on Point Malati, we gave a status report on those litigation matters. There, again, was no reportable action taken. With regards to the Butt versus City of Richmond, that item was not discussed. Concerning the item listed concerning negotiations with employee organizations, that was not, we ran out of time and it was not discussed. That is my report, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. That brings us to open forum for public comment. Madam Clerk, will you initiate the public speakers, please?
Sure. We have 7 at the moment: Suzanne, Justin Kim, Debbie McIntyre, Jovanka Benkles, Lisa Fulton, and the list is growing. I'll go ahead and start with Suzanne. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, I hope I'm the right person here. My name is Suzanne Nielsen. I live in Marina Bay, Richmond. I'm 83. I'm having mobility problems after a recent hip replacement. So I've bought a house in Richmond with a ground floor apartment, and I would like to move in. So I'm wondering what the consideration is regarding the moratorium on owner move-in. Hello?
Yes, ma'am. They can't answer questions back, but if you'd like to make statements, you can continue for the rest of your time.
Oh, I see. No, it's just generally an appeal that my health is obviously deteriorating as I age, and the ground floor apartment was supposed to alleviate that condition. But the moratorium, of course, is standing in the way of me moving in and being more comfortable.
Okay, thank you.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Justin.
Could I interject? I think someone should respond. She should be directed to the city manager or the mayor's office. Don't just leave her out there hanging.
I think when people have questions like that, we can assume that some staff member will respond to it. But this is a rent board issue. So
Yes, I will coordinate with Nicholas to try to address the concern.
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Justin Kim. Justin, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, thank you. My name is Justin Kim, and I teach at Summit K2 Middle School. This is in regards to the agenda item about supporting Unite Summit in trying to get a fair contract with Summit Public Schools. So the large majority of our students at K2 Summit come from Richmond, and I care about all of them very deeply. So, and over virtual school, and now that we are back after the pandemic, as opened up schools, I and many other teachers have worked tirelessly to provide the best education possible to our students. Unfortunately, I can't do everything alone. So I joined the union Unite Summit of Summit teachers out of concern that the mental health and English language learner programs were not being provided to our students. In my 10-year career as a teacher, I was shocked at Summit's lack of meaningful response to help our children learn. And now, after 2 long years of bargaining, we need your support to help pressure Summit to do the right thing. We need to provide meaningful English language development courses, provide more mental health services, and to reduce teacher turnover at our schools so that students can have stable learning environments. So I would like to thank you for bringing this resolution forward. We appreciate the support of the City of Richmond to help the teachers of Summit improve our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Debbie McIntyre. Debbie, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Hi, my name is Debbie McIntyre and I live in Richmond. I want to thank Councilmember Bates for bringing forth the issue that I wanted to talk about tonight, which is the filth that has taken over the streets of Richmond. It's deplorable. So I was going to talk about code enforcement, the moratorium on street sweeping. But I will wait to hear what council does with the suggestion, the recommendation that Councilmember Bates has made, and whether or not the council majority, and you know who you are, doesn't seem to adhere to the needs of your constituents. Remove the moratorium on street sweeping. It's one of the only means that the city has to remove owners of vehicles that are violating the ordinances on the books. You have ordinances already in place. You have got to start enforcing the laws. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jovanka Beckles. Jovanka, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good afternoon. Good evening, council. I just wanted to make a quick comment about just, what we can do about keeping our city clean. Richmond has really, we've come a long way, and I appreciate the work that continues to happen around making it the best city that it can be. And I just want to state clearly that I think that there are so many measures that can be taken that's not ridiculously expensive. We can have a billboard campaign. Some of you in my generation remember Give a Hoot, Don't Pollute. Remember that campaign? It was cute. Children, really took that and personalized that. And I think that billboard, some kind of an education campaign, I think it would be a small way of at least heading in the right direction to change a culture into, make a culture that really respects our community, respects each other's properties, and want to do everything that we can to do it. But I also think that some kind of a grant that would allow people to just, hey, look, you need to dump things. You can go on these days and it's free. You don't have to just dump it and disrespect our communities like this. So I hope that the council can consider some of these measures that I think that would not be cost prohibitive. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker will be Lisa Fulton, and the following group of speakers after that will be Annie Wright, Mark Wasberg, Ellie B, Sue Britson, and Lisa Johnson. Lisa Fulton, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Lisa Fulton, if you could please unmute yourself. Okay, I will come back to her. The next speaker will be Annie Wright. Annie, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, good evening. I'm Annie Wright, a Richmond resident, animal rescuer, and advocate. I've been a cat and dog rescue volunteer for over 20 years. I'm very concerned with Contra Costa County Animal Services proposed agreement to Richmond and the 17 incorporated cities. On February 22nd, 2022, the Contra Costa Board of Supervisors responded to the grand jury report, and they agreed, in quote, the county anticipates that, I'm sorry, I can't read my own writing. The county anticipates that under the new city agreement, there will be a greater level of service throughout the county, unquote. The proposed agreement increases city fees and decreases vital services for companion animals, community cats, and wildlife. Injured, sick, and orphaned wildlife response services will not be reinstated. The wait list for low-cost spay and neuters, vaccinations, and the trap neuter release program for community cats has a long wait list with limited appointments. I agree that the city fees should be increased. They are necessary. I urge our city manager, Sasha Curl, and the city council members to please listen to the community's needs, negotiate a comprehensive, fair, and humane animal services agreement. I would like to add that also on February 22nd, it was disclosed that animal services did qualify for Measure X funding. However, the Board of Supervisors, the county administrator, decided to not apply for those services. So that's a big chunk of money. And I urge you to look into that. Thank you.
The next speaker is Mark Wasberg. Mark, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
You hear me?
Yes.
In the Richmond Post paper, it says the RPA disfranchising the black vote. So in other words, it's just saying that when they did not agree on map 102C, that's
Hey,
Mark.
Mark, I hate to interrupt you, but that item is coming up on item P2. So if you're going to talk about maps and districts, could you wait till then and do it?
Yeah, all right. I just talked to the open forum on the junk, huh? The dirty streets. Well, if you want to get rid of the garbage, you got to get rid of the people. It's the people that's polluting the city, and you think the RPA is going to end up passing some ordinance to clean up the city? I don't think so. Just like all those abandoned vehicles on Ryder Road, just about every vehicle there expired tags, no registration, no insurance. And it's McLaughlin and the RPA is telling the police chief, don't enforce the law. But all you got to do is sign executive order. You could bypass the city council. You don't have to go through the city council. You implement an executive order, getting the police chief out there and start towing and tagging these vehicles. Hell, if the president could work around Congress, if the governor could work around the legislature, you could work around the city council. But see, I'm afraid, but you're a RPA sympathizer. You're sitting there working with McLaughlin, who's the grand wizard of the RPA. I mean, they're not going to pass no ordinance because I jumped on the Richmond PD when that motorhome was parked across the street from the mortuary that had piss and shit leaking from the place, with dripping it all over the street. You could smell it. And when they got rid of that van, matter of fact, that motorhome was back again. They had to get a street cleaner to clean up the street because it was stained with piss and shit. And McLaughlin was telling the Richmond PD, don't enforce the law.
Your time has expired. And I'll try Lisa Fulton again. Lisa, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi there. Thank you so much.
I'm calling in tonight to bring attention to the new proposed animal services agreement with the city. Let me give you some background as to why I'm calling. I've been involved with cat rescue as well as dog rescue, abandoned pet rescue, but in particular community cats. And I've been doing a lot of TNR, trap, neuter, return, in the last couple decades. And those of us on the ground see a huge explosion in the homeless cat population. It's really out of control, and we're trying to keep up. I just want to bring your attention to this problem, and those of us on the ground need help. And one of the ways that we can really get moving forward is to have animal services provide increased spay and neuter surgeries available. That would help us get more cats and dogs fixed, and hopefully work toward the goal of stopping the breeding. So I urge you to take a look at the agreement, and please do. And I agree that animal services does need fee increases just like everybody else, inflation and so forth. But please have them reinstate the services that they dropped. And I guess this was in 2020 that a lot of essential services were dropped or drastically scaled back. And I think that at the very least, those services should be reinstated. The other thing that really concerns me is that the wildlife calls will no longer be responded to. And it's just heartbreaking when you see an animal on the side of the road suffering. And thank you for your consideration. Good night.
Thank you. Next speaker is Ellie B. Ellie, you will have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, my name is Eli. Appreciate the opportunity to speak here in the public forum. Thank you, everybody who is here tonight, for taking your time. I know everybody's working very hard to keep the city going, and I really appreciate it as a resident and taxpayer. And I'm proud to be a member of Richmond. So I just wanted to touch base real quick. I came to the meeting tonight to listen in on 01A from the consent calendar, and it was pulled off the consent calendar by the mayor without any explanation, and I'm not sure why. So this particular topic is affecting my family and myself directly. We've had a project in the works for a while, and it's been put on hold because of this particular item. So just patiently waiting and sort of expressing my general anxiety because our project can't move forward. So we're going on 2 years now of patiently waiting, and I'm going to continue to patiently wait until this matter is resolved. So I'm hoping that it can get back on the calendar and stay on the calendar and get resolved at some point. But again, I know that there are lots of matters that are very important in the city, and this is not necessarily one of them. So I totally get it, and I understand. I just wanted to express my hope that it will be handled relatively soon. So again, I appreciate everything that everybody's doing, and thanks for the time. That's all I got. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker is Lisa Johnson, and the following group of speakers after that is Ivana L., phone number ending in 2352, Charlotte, Sue Britson, Sean Dunning. Lisa Johnson, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. The community is beyond frustrated and feels disrespected by the fact that several council members and other appointed commission and board members routinely keep their Zoom cameras off for most or all of a meeting. Many believe this is a violation of the public's trust and the Brown Act. There's simply no way for staff to legally determine continuity of quorum when there's not a quorum of elected or appointed members whose cameras are live and they are sitting in front of them. When a camera is off, staff has no way to appropriately determine where that person actually is or what they are doing and if they are actually engaged. At the March 22nd City Council meeting, there was a critical redistricting public hearing that commenced at 7 p.m. Of note, Councilmember Johnson had his camera off and, unbeknownst to the public, had left the public hearing and participated in a congressional debate with the El Cerrito Democratic Club that also started at 7 p.m. This was all captured on Zoom and lasted for 38 minutes. In fact, they even stated that he needed to get back to his council meeting. If 3 other council members turned their cameras off while Councilmember Johnson was away, how can any of you prove to the public that continuity of quorum was maintained the entire time during the redistricting public hearing? You simply cannot. This isn't right, and the public deserves so much better from our elected officials and appointed board, commission, and task force members. I am respectfully requesting that the city promptly adopt a hybrid Zoom meeting format whereby elected and appointed members plus critical staff are present in person, and the public consultants participate via Zoom. If this cannot be adopted by the next meeting, then can you at a minimum please start requiring all cameras remain on? The public is publicly notified that somebody has left the meeting and that this has routinely been asked by you guys repeatedly. Please, please respect the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Ivana L. Ivana, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you, Richmond City Council and staff, for taking my call tonight. My name is Ivana Lobos, and I'm a tax-paying citizen in Contra Costa County. I'm speaking tonight about the rise in canine distemper, an often fatal viral disease that is highly contagious among some mammals. Additionally, it appears to be spreading at a high rate within our wildlife population, which in turn threatens to infect our domestic dog population. As a dog guardian myself, my dogs receive their distemper, parainfluenza, parvovirus, and rabies vaccines when scheduled to protect them, but also the dogs they play with at the park. Not everyone has the transportation or financial means to keep current with their pets' medical appointments, much less their own. The rise in backyard breeding for profit and the permanent closure of the Pinole shelter also play a part in the rise of distemper and other diseases. Canine distemper can be prevented or greatly reduced with a simple vaccine, and veterinarians are urging all dog owners to make sure their pets are up to date on shots. Until recently, Contra Costa Animal Services had closed its low-cost public spay, neuter, and vaccine clinic, putting the full brunt of services on the very few nonprofit rescue groups or the average citizen like myself. These taxpayer-funded services have since reopened, but only for 4 owned animals per day on select days of the week. The wait list for these services is at least 3 months long. In the meantime, it seems that Contra Costa Animal Services has been planning for each city in Contra Costa County to pay extra and per capita city fees to offset the cost of taxpayer-funded services that they are required to provide but have been cut. This includes the addition of more field officers to respond to citizen calls of loose animals, hurt, sick animals, or dead animals. I asked the City Council not to sign any contract provided by Contra Costa Animal Services until they're able to come to an agreement on the services that need to be provided to our city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is phone number ending in 2352. Please unmute yourself by pushing *6. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. El próximo orador será el número de teléfono terminando en 2352. Tendrá 2 minutos para hablar. ¿Puede comenzar?
Hello, my name is James Daniels, and about the public works problem, I would like to speak to the supervisor of the public works department. I can get with him and get him an idea how he can get more work done and it won't cost that much money. The program is a furlough program, which these people work alongside you and help you clean the streets. So I'll get hold to you and give you an idea of how this can be done.
Thank you. Next speaker is Charlotte. Charlotte, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you for letting me speak tonight. I'm also here to speak about the Animal Services Agreement. Like the other callers have stated, this agreement is very sparse, and there's a lot that is missing from this agreement. But more importantly, this agreement currently, the city of Richmond is paying $755,000 for this agreement. It's going to go up $33,000 next year. And this agreement, once it's signed, it's for 2 years and it automatically renews every 3 years. The only way to amend this agreement would be to go before the Board of Supervisors, and they would need to consent to revise this agreement. I want to talk to you a bit about how these increased fees, what this will look like at fiscal year in total. So currently, in total, all the city revenue is currently at 5.7 million. And if this agreement is signed in 2022, 2023, the total revenues will go up 6.6 million. The following fiscal year, 7.1 million. The following, 7.6 million. The following year after that, 8.2 million. That's what the city fees. The general fund portion, the portion that the county puts in, will be in 2021, 2022, 4.1 million. The following year, 4.1 million. The next year, 4.1 million. And then after that. As you can see, the general fund county stays the same while the city revenue increases every year. What I'm asking is please the cities to get together and band together and look at this agreement and create a fair agreement for the cities and create a fair agreement for the citizens. This agreement is not fair. It's a one-sided agreement and it doesn't include
Your
the
time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Sue Britson. Sue, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, I'm here to speak about redistricting and I can't see the agenda. So is this the right time for me to speak to that?
No, you need to wait till item P2.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Sean Dunning. Sean, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Sean Dunning.
Hi, good evening. My name is Sean Dunning. I'm a proud resident of Richmond, and I wanted to share a public safety concern that I recently heard about. And, you know, really this stems from a question that we all should be considering, which is what is really the role of city government? And it seems to me, and pretty much everyone I talk to, that the role of city government is to take care of our city within the boundaries of our city. And a big part of that is public safety. And, you know, our police department is doing the very best they can to reallocate investigative units into patrol roles, but it's just still not enough. And I'm hearing this all over our entire city, that there's just not enough presence and response. And I'm hearing more and more that people are not even bothering to call because they just figure that they're never going to show up. And that's not a dig to our police department. That's a concern that our city council ought to be considering. And one story I heard from a resident in central Richmond just yesterday was, and this is secondhand, so I can't verify, but what I was told was that a resident encountered someone stealing a catalytic converter in the middle of the night and went in to get a gun and came out and started shooting. Apparently nobody was hit because the police, as I'm told, did not even respond. But I wonder if this is what the intended, well, I'm sure it wasn't the intended consequence, but you know, with no disrespect intended here, but many of those pushing for defunding last year said things like, we don't need police. This is a quote. We don't need police. We can take care of ourselves. And I wonder if that's what they had in mind. Police are much better trained to handle someone stealing a catalytic converter than a pissed off resident with a gun. So, you know, take that for what you will, but I think we really need to take this seriously, and our city council needs to realize the error of their ways and make this right. Thank you.
Thank you. And there are no more public speakers.
Okay, thank you. The next item would be our consent calendar. And City Clerk, you want to remind us what items have been removed from it?
Yes. Approval of the consent calendar would exclude items O1A, O9A, and O11A.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by, was it Johnson? Second
Yep.
by Laughlin.
Yes.
City Clerk, call the roll, please.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin, Yes. Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Next is item P1. Would you read that, please, Madam Clerk?
Yes. Sorry. Item P1. Okay. Item P1 is to receive a presentation from Friends of Public Bank East Bay and adopt a resolution to approve the Public Bank of East Bay viability study, approve Richmond as a founding member of PBEB. And that's it, sorry.
Okay, this has 3 sponsors. Would one of you like to introduce it, please? Go ahead, Councilmember McLaughlin.
Mr. Mayor, happy to introduce it. We do have a presentation here, and so I'm not going to say a whole lot, but I do want to say a few things and see if my co-sponsors want to say a word or two. Basically, I want to say that, when I was mayor back during the Great Recession, that's when I first started learning about public banks, and we had some experts come to talk with me, and then city manager Bill Lindsay. And, it was a very interesting conversation. Weren't sure whether a city bank or a regional bank was, the best idea. And at that time, it didn't make sense to do a city bank, and it still doesn't. But the Friends of the Public Bank East Bay started to come together with cities throughout the East Bay to consider a regional bank, more money, more collaboration. And so that is indeed what happened. Richmond is part of this whole effort that came forward. We made a contribution to an initial study, and along with Berkeley and Oakland, as well as Alameda County has been involved in this effort. And we now have a viability study. The Friends of the Public Bank East Bay formulated, I think it was in 2017, and just kept this ball rolling and hired a former banker who has opened many banks, hundreds of banks, and his name is Gary Finley. And so he is on staff now and will be creating a business plan. But where we're at this point is to support the viability study, and we'll have a presentation on that from the presenters. And I just want to say that public banking operates in the public interest. It does this through institutions owned by the people through their representative governments, and they are able to return revenue to the community and can provide low-cost financing in support of local communities. This will be great for our community. In contrast to Wall Street banks that seek short-term profits for their private shareholders by investing in stocks, derivatives, credit default swaps. And we know the problems that, swaps have created for Richmond, and other speculative financial instruments that have harmed our community time and again. Whereas public banks, on the other hand, offer stability and security. And I want to mention that there is a 100-year-old state public bank in the United States. They're all over the world, but we do have one state public bank it's the Bank of North Dakota. And they weathered the Great Recession in a really profound way in terms of escaping the credit crisis and maintaining budget surpluses with zero public debt, and had the lowest foreclosure rates and unemployment rates in the nation, the lowest credit card defaults, and no bank failures. So we know that public banks work. I also want to say that in terms of founding, we had some legislation that was recently passed AB 857 in California that allows cities or regions to move forward with the public bank. So that was a great step forward. And now many cities throughout California, or regions, the city of LA, San Francisco, regions, I think along the Central Coast, and also the East Bay region is moving forward. So we're not alone. And also Philadelphia, other parts of the country are moving forward with public banks as well. Now, only cities can be founding members. So even though Alameda County is extremely involved in this process, they can't be a founding member. But once the bank is founded and we have to submit a charter to the state, you'll hear more about this. But once it is founded, Alameda County is going to join as a jurisdictional member. They just can't be a founding member. And also, Contra Costa County, John Joya has said he is going to explore this with the Board of Supervisors. And you'll see in your packet that there is a support letter from Supervisor Joya, where he does touch at the end there that his office is working with East Bay Public Bank to explore opportunities and advantages for Contra Costa County. We also have a support letter from the treasurer of Alameda County, Hank Levy, and he, like I said, they're already very involved. So we have, a large segment of the East Bay, and, there could be other member cities and counties. Well, I think, yeah, there could be other cities especially involved at a certain point. But this item is basically to approve the Public Bank East Bay viability study, approve Richmond as an official founding member of Public Bank East Bay, along with Berkeley and Oakland. As I said, those are the two other founding members. And also to direct staff to amend our investment policy as defined in California Government Code section 57600, 57607. That's just a technical thing that has to be changed based on this new legislation and everything to allow us to participate. With that, I do want to state that the person who will be presenting, I believe, is Benjamin Stein. Also, we have George Syrup here and Debbie Notkin. I'm not sure if they'll all be presenting or just Benjamin, but before we go to the presentation, I would like to ask Councilmember Jimenez and Vice Mayor Martinez if they want to say a couple words as well.
No, thank you. I am just really excited about this opportunity. Public banks, as you know, work for the people, and we want to have this alternative in the city of Richmond. I just wanted to say finally that we received a letter from the Alameda County Office of the Treasurer and Tax Collector telling us that they support this, they see this as a good way to finance our community, and urge us to vote yes, and urge the City Council to vote yes on approving the study and funding the business plan. Excited and to hear the presenters. Thank you.
Yes, and I'd like to say that this is a fantastic opportunity for the city of Richmond and other public entities in the Bay Area to start taking control of our own finances. This is a way that we can start bringing in the interest that has currently been going out to multinational banking firms. So I find this essential to do, and I'm glad to hear that other groups are moving in the same direction. So thank you. That's I'm ready to hear.
I guess
Okay, you said we have a presentation. Are we ready?
Yes. Yeah, and I think they could introduce, or he could introduce himself a little better than I could. So.
Yeah, thank you so much, Gary, for the introduction. Can everyone hear me? Okay, that's perfect. It's so exciting that we can be here. I'm Benjamin Streim from the board of the Friends of the Public Bank East Bay, and with me are Debbie Notkin and George Syrup. I will present, both of them will be able to stand there for questions on that topic. And let me share my screen. Can everyone see that?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, Gail did a fantastic introduction already to the initiative and giving some background on other cities and states moving along. This is really a nationwide movement. There's updates right now daily from different states, different cities in the country. It's exciting to be part of this movement. A lot of cities and other regions discover the opportunities that there are to create public banks. Very high level, what do we want to do? It's a public bank owned by the public, by cities and counties, that operates on values. In our case, we propose values like equity, social and fiscal responsibility, accountability, democracy. And the main goals is really to support equitable economic development in the region, especially focus on things like affordable housing, green energy, retrofits, small business lending, and more, and help cities and counties divest funds from public Wall Street and reinvest them locally. As Gail mentioned, so we are the Friends of the Public Bank East Bay. We are nonprofit, and we are mainly doing advocacy work. We are organizing. We have been fundraising for this effort. We talk to the different cities, but we also work together with experts who we consider some of the greatest experts in the field in the country. So here are some of them. They can't be here tonight, but they're available. So if there's any questions that we may not be able to answer tonight, we can always reach out to them and have a letter from them or have some kind of answer to forward it to you if you're interested. So the first one, Tom Skouras, is the author of the variability study. He's a policy expert. He has consulted several governments, several states, especially in Rhode Island, where he's from, on all kinds of financing issues, public budgeting, public pensions, etc. He's also great expert in banking regulation, and I think is probably one of the most knowledgeable persons in the country on the different public banking proposals. So we were very happy to have been able to recruit him and to write this study for us. And then Gary Findlay, he's under contract with us to write the business plan, which will be a much more in-depth, detailed document that we will start to work on with city representatives and staff, and etc. after this is passed. So he has decades of experience in the banking industry. He has helped more than 200 banks, as Gail mentioned, to help get started and licensed in California. And especially important for us is he has really good and strong connections and relationships with the regulators, with the California and federal regulators. So if there's one person in the state of California who knows how to start a bank and make it successful, then it's him. And he's excited about this. He has only done commercial banks in his life. He wants to see this public bank get started, and he wants to start working on this now. So that's why we want to have this official approval today to move forward with this. And thirdly, we're excited to have hired Eric Hartmeyer, who recently retired. He was the CEO of the Bank of North Dakota for 20 years, the longest serving CEO. He oversaw the bank during the Great Recession, thrived during the Great Recession and growing its portfolio. And he now is a consultant to us and other public banking groups across the country. So we think with these people and more to come, this project is in really good hands and set up for success. And going away from these technical experts, what we also have done over the last years is to recruit a very strong group of people representing the East Bay community in various aspects. So these are people knowledgeable, with lots of expertise in affordable housing and small business lending, in climate change mitigation policies, etc. And these are people who are ready to be candidates to be on the board of directors for the bank, for the public bank, next to city and county representatives. I see a hand. If it's okay, I would like to go through the presentation first, and then we can go to questions. Or do you have something very urgent, Nathaniel?
I'll go ahead with your presentation, then we'll have questions.
Okay, cool. I try to be quick. So these are the nice people. So now let's go to some details. So this is the model how we envision the public bank right now, and most of that is actually governed by the law that Gay referenced, AB 857, the California Public Banking Act. So this law is pretty specific of kind of some structure elements of that bank. So first of all, on the funding side or ownership side, this bank will be not a retail bank. Not you or I can put our money there. It's purely a bank for the cities and the county. Cities and counties can invest in that, put deposits in there, potentially institutions like BARD or East Bay Mud, maybe some nonprofits, but not any normal people. As Gay mentioned in our proposal, it will be founded by the cities of Richmond, Berkeley, Oakland, as well as Alameda County joining on as a funding very early on in the process. But we want this bank to be a bank of the whole East Bay, so a lot of other cities and counties hopefully join along the way. The lending will be done primarily in partnership with existing local financial institutions like credit unions, community banks, or nonprofit lenders like community development financial institutions. So the goal is to compete with Wall Street and to reinvest local funds locally, but the goal is not to compete with these local lenders. There are a lot of institutions that do good work, that already know the important projects to invest in, but that are often very limited in capacity. And this is one thing that the North Bank of North Dakota does so well. They have like dozens of loan programs that work in partnership with existing institutions like credit unions or CDFIs. And exactly that's what we want with this public bank as well. And we already have started to talk to most of these institutions in the Bay Area, and they are excited about this possible opportunity. And lastly, oversight. So this bank would be regulated like any other commercial bank by state and federal agencies, which is both a blessing and a curse. So it makes it a little bit difficult because these regulations are so tough. There are difficult questions around collateralization that we have to address. But it also means that, especially in the first years, this bank will be very safe because these very experienced regulators will control very, very carefully what's going on. And especially in the startup phase, there will be a lot of back and forth. So these regulations will make sure that the bank is safe. And finally, it will be governed by an independent board of directors. There will be city and county representatives, but in our proposal, there will be a majority of community representatives, some of the people that I introduced you on the slide before. So this viability study that was published and authored by Tom Skoros is, Gary Finley, our banking attorney, calls it the first bite into the apple for the cities. It's not a final document. It's not telling you exactly how the bank will look like. It's more a document that lays out a very specific vision of how it could look like and showing that this could work. So in this model, and there's a lot of detail in the study, which you can explore in more depth, the bank would build a mission-aligned lending portfolio of around 250 million over the first 10 years. It would charge relatively low interest rates from 2 to 4%. And it would use only about 1 to 2% of available cash and investments by the participating governments. So this is not, I mean, it's a chunk, but it's not a significant portion of available funds that would be needed over the first years. And in our current model, this bank would be profitable in year 3 and even give returns back to the cities around 1 to 1.5%, which is similar to what the cities right now receive from their more traditional investments. If you think about where the money is coming from for the bank, there's 2 aspects. The one is capital and the other one is other liabilities. So the capital is the money that goes into the bank in the beginning and that stays there forever, or at least as long as the bank exists. So that capital would have to be appropriated from like a general fund or something like that. It's not being returned in the short term. In the current model, we propose a capitalization of 40 million, which is less than 0.5% of total assets invested of all the 4 agencies. And to be very clear, the city of Richmond is, of course, much smaller than Alameda County. And it is very clear that Alameda County will contribute the majority of those funds. And I think a lot of this has to be worked out, but what makes most sense is that the different cities invest part of this 40 million in proportion to their available cash and investments. Liabilities are the funds that are invested into the bank and being returned. So in this proposal, in this model, we assume that the cities would invest into like relatively short-term bonds, 1 to 3 year bonds issued by the public bank. So this would replace other investments that the cities and counties already do and instead invest into public bank bonds. We assume this to be between 100 million in the first year, going to 200 million. But there's a lot of growth potential if other cities and other institutions like BART would join over time. On the lending side, this study lays out 4 priorities, and we think it makes a lot of sense to be very focused in the beginning, even though in the long term, the public bank could virtually do everything. But to have 4 very specific loan programs in the beginning. And so the priority will be affordable housing, then small business lending, green energy, and municipal finance. Affordable housing. So this is based on a lot of conversations that the author and we had in support with existing institutions like affordable housing developers and CDFIs, etc. So there was a lot of market analysis that's backing these proposals. And for example, on the affordable housing side, I mean, of course, everyone knows there's a lot of need and a lot of demand. And the biggest issue is that right in the first 1 to 5 years, when all the different licenses and approvals have to be gathered by the developer and like initial financing pre the actual development, that's where the biggest gap is. So that would be, for example, one opportunity where the public bank backed by the cities and counties could step in and provide flexible capital that would help these developers over the first 5 years, and then later other lenders would jump in. But also to lend into things like community land trusts or for accessory dwelling units. This is something that traditional banks just have no interest and no idea to lend to. They just don't understand it. They don't want to lend to it. So these nonprofits have a large need for financing, and that's something the public bank could do. I'm going to skip some of we can go into some other detail here. I want to jump in. Sorry, one side back. I'm sorry. So this is to give you a case study of how the public bank could save the city of Richmond money, even in the short term, but especially in the long term. And we want to thank Lisa Cody. She did an analysis of Richmond's financial accounts for this project. I don't know if she's here today. She works for SEIU, and I think she was involved with Richmond on other projects. So she looked at an example. So Richmond issued a bond in 2016, if you look at the left side of the screen, which was around 30 million, has interest rates between 4 and 4.7%. And in our current model of the bank, we assume that the public bank could finance such a bond at a rate like 3%. And if we just looked at this one single bond and assuming that the public bank refinances or finances a similar bond at a rate like a 3%, which is significantly lower than the existing rate, this could reduce the city's interest payments by $500,000 in each year over the first 5 years, and over $6 million over its lifetime. So it's just, I mean, it's very clear that very, very quickly there could be like a lot of savings for the cities in the East Bay if a public institution would start to finance those bonds. Of course, cities issue a lot of debt. So on the right-hand side, you see the annual debt service of the city of Richmond, which is between 30 and 60 million, and in 1 year it's even above $100 million. And this includes all interest, it includes issuance costs, swap termination payments, and also the principal that's being paid back. But if you think big, and if you think in the long term, where a public bank, which is the case in North Dakota, where the public bank could finance all of the bonds of the city of Richmond, all of that money would go back into the public. It would it would go back in the East Bay. It would not go to multinational companies operating anywhere in the world, but it would stay in the community. So there's a lot of potential here. To end, we just want to talk very quickly about a very tentative timeline, how we envision it. So we are in April right now. We have the resolution up here today to pass the viability study in Richmond. We have similar sessions in Berkeley and Oakland coming up. If it's approved, we would start working with our consultant and the stakeholders and city representatives on the business plan, on this much more detailed document and plan for the bank in the next months. We would need to hire an initial CEO and other executives working on this and finalize the governance structure. And this is a very quick timeline, but if things go well, in the summer already, the cities could apply. Once the business plan is done, they could use that business plan to apply for a charter for the public bank with the California regulators. Once that is submitted, there will be a lot of back and forth. The regulators will review it. They will have questions, so that the development of the plan will continue. At the same time, the bank could start setting up the bank and setting up the initial infrastructure and staff. And then in our hopes, next year already, the public bank could start operations. And only at that point, the city and county would actually move money into the bank. So it's important to think about how much the cities can commit early on, but the actual moving the money would only happen at that point. And yeah, again, I mentioned it, this resolution today is just approving the viability study as mandated by the law. It also means to support the development of the business plan, to commit hours and time to this project, and also to make the small change to the investment policy that Gail mentioned, which will be important for the city to invest in the public bank once it exists. Thank you, and we can go to questions.
Councilmember Bates, you've had your hand up for a while. Unmute, please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to inquire as the differentiation between a credit union and your bank proposal.
I'd be happy to answer that, Councilmember Bates. Credit unions are generally for individuals. They do some small business accounts. They are not big enough to handle the kinds of loan programs and municipal refinancing that a public bank can handle. They're certainly not big enough to handle, as we hope the public bank will in the long term, to handle the banking jobs of cities and counties. And they also, by law, they cannot leverage their capital the way a bank can. If a bank has $1 million, it can make $10 million in loans. If a credit union has $1 million, it can make $1 million in loans. So they're different. We hope to work with credit unions, but they're just very different kinds of financial structures.
Nat, you're muted. Councilmember Bates, you're muted. Sounds like you're trying to ask.
Is the bank dependent upon governmental agencies for deposits?
I don't quite know what you mean by that. The government, we're asking the initial governmental agencies. I want to be clear that there's no financial commitment being made by the city of Richmond tonight.
Okay.
But the bank will handle governmental agencies' money if and when, and we certainly hope when it opens.
Okay. With a comparable interest rate.
Yes. Competitive
Okay.
interest rates.
All right. Thank you.
Other questions by council members? Vice Mayor Johnson. No, you're not Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I was about to say I'm not. Didn't you read your own form? I'm not the vice mayor anymore.
That's all.
My question is primarily for my question is primarily for staff. I just wanted to get I'm not sure if Delmi is on right now, but I just wanted to get their feedback before we made this move in regards to the city's finances. Just wanted to made sure the staff was on board and felt as though this was a good move to make as well. Sasha, Delmy, somebody from finance.
Hi, Councilmember Johnson. Staff is reviewing the materials as they are presented, and I think there's a subsequent item that's going to come back to the council. And so we have no further comment this evening, and we appreciate all the good work that's happening to increase lending in our community, because we do know that historically Richmond has suffered a significant amount of redlining. And so any measures that can be put in place to try to address that and increase access to capital are welcomed. And I understand that the city attorney will be reviewing all documents to ensure that there is appropriate safeguards.
Beautiful. Thank you.
I will say, thank you, Ms. Curl. And I just want to say we're in communication with several Richmond City staff members, including Anil Camello and Belinda Brown.
Okay, other
Sounds
questions? Go ahead, Councilor McLaughlin.
I just would you, Benjamin, go back to the very last, or the slide before the very last one? I just where you said what the actions you're requesting tonight, because I just saw something in there that was slightly different, and I want to make sure when I make a motion that I get it right. And I know we'll have public speakers as well.
Sorry, can you still see my screen?
No.
But maybe
Oh, I'm so sorry.
read them if you want. That could work as well.
Sure, I think now you should see it. Yeah, I removed it. So the first one is just to approve the study, and maybe it sounds strange. This is just a requirement by the law, and even though it doesn't mean, there will be a different business plan, and the application will look very much more detailed and different. It's important to approve it, and I think also to understand for people that the city officially backs this project to move forward, even though this is not the application at this point in time.
Mm-hmm.
And then the last point is the investment policy.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I mean, that's fine. Yeah, because I put in the agenda report how the business plan needs to be developed. So that's fine. But also that Richmond will be a founding member. That has to be something that we include in the motion. So I just wanted to address that.
Thank you. I didn't include it. Yeah.
Councilmember McLaughlin, I think all those things are in the resolution. All you have to do is adopt the resolution.
That's right. That's right. Absolutely. Yeah.
Anybody else have questions or comments? I have some. So, before about 10 years ago, I was skeptical of cities in general, and the city of Richmond in particular, taking on, business ventures. We had the whole thing about our wastewater treatment plant that city staff essentially ran into the ground. And so, when you hear talk about the city becoming, getting involved in anything that complicated, I was skeptical. And then we had an opportunity to join MCE Clean Energy. And it turned out to be, and so MCE Clean Energy is basically, it's a joint powers authority, and all of the members are cities and counties. And so Richmond became the first expansion city outside Marin County for MCE. And since then, MCE has grown to half a million accounts, has a budget of $500 million, has a better credit rating than PG&E, serves 4 counties, and has saved its customers, including ratepayers in Richmond, literally millions of dollars. So it's a very successful model. of how cities can band together and become essentially public entrepreneurs. So, looking at that, I started looking at this, and there are some differences, and I'm not saying I'm skeptical, but I just want to ask some questions and point out some things. Unlike MCE, which simply buys and sells energy, this public bank idea is going to be very susceptible to politics. All the things that you listed that could happen are basically things that everybody is going to clamor for. People are, businesses are going to want low interest loans. Home buyers are going to want loans. Cities are going to want they're going to want to buy want to float bonds at low rates. So there's going to be a lot of potential customers out there, and I'm a little concerned that decisions might be made politically rather than on a business basis. And that brings me to my first question. I read the feasibility study, and it's not really clear about how the directors will be chosen. I think it said 5 of them will represent cities and counties. So I assume that, well, I don't know what to assume. I mean, from the city of Richmond, who will select our board member? Will the mayor make that selection subject to city council approval, or will the city council make it? Can somebody answer that?
I can try to answer that. I'm not deeply familiar with the ins and outs of Richmond's city code. But I will say that the governance plan it's a work in progress, but it's a pretty well-defined work in progress. It's not a sketch. It's a good, solid, deep outline. And the assumption is that every jurisdiction that provides someone to sit on the board of the bank will choose that person in their own way. So if it is Richmond's policy to have the mayor appoint such people with the approval of the city council, then that's how that will work in Richmond. If it's something else in Oakland, then that's how it will work in Oakland. I want to acknowledge your point about politicization. And I just want to say that this is why the bank will be run by banking professionals. It is not, in that sense, a city or an East Bay operation of politicians. And it is very much our expectation that every jurisdiction will use its own method to appoint its member or members to the board.
So that brings me to my second question. I think the plan showed a board of 15 members, and it said that 8 of them would be community members. So other than the 5 members representing 3 cities and 2 counties, that's 10 other board members. How do they get chosen?
I think, again, this is somewhat of a work in progress, but as you saw in one of the slides there, the Friends of the Public Bank East Bay have been developing a group of community people some of whom have expertise in specific areas like affordable housing, many of whom have finance and banking expertise. And every single one of those people will go through extraordinarily rigorous vetting by the state and federal regulators.
Yeah, but who's going to choose them? Who's going to choose those people? I understand there are a bunch of people out there who want to get involved and may have expertise, but I think the devil's in the details, and I'm really concerned about about governance and who actually has the power to appoint the majority of board members who are going to run this bank.
The business plan, I'm going to hand this to George, but I'm going to say one thing first. The business plan will have to name all the board members, and the business plan will have to be approved by all the founding members. So just to pick the example that is obviously on the table in front of us, if the city of Richmond either has people it wants to name or has people that are being considered that it thinks are bad choices, the city of Richmond, in the vote to approve the business plan, will be able to have its voice in those decisions.
Yeah, but
And
who's gonna name those? Who's gonna select those individuals who are named in the business plan that the city ultimately has to approve? I just don't understand who's running this.
Yeah, thank you for that question, Mayor. But so I can speak to that a little bit. So over the past 2 years, we have been reaching out to and partnering with various community groups across the East Bay region that we believe are mission aligned with the economic justice component of a public bank East Bay. And we have a rubric that we've been abiding by. One is mission and vision alignment. The other is professional experience. Obviously, we are running a financial institution or hoping to create one. And it's imperative that our municipal finances are in good hands. And then, of course, lived experience. As a council member mentioned earlier, Richmond is a city that has experienced a lot of redlining in its history. We want folks that have direct experience working with folks in these communities or have been subject to some of these forms of systemic oppression and have an understanding of the ways in which they can impact communities to also be represented on this board. So we take these factors into account.
So who's we?
The Friends of the Public Bank East Bay, the nonprofit that we all serve on the board of. And so we have how
did those people get on the board? Who appointed them?
We are not, just to clarify, the folks on the Friends board are a group of volunteers. None of us are paid. And our mission is to shepherd this project to fruition, but none of us are, except for one of our members, is applying to be on the actual board of Public Bank East Bay. And to answer your question about who chooses, we've been doing active recruitment. We've been reaching out to over 100 different community groups, soliciting folks to apply for the groups, trying to make this as a public and open process as possible for folks to put themselves up for consideration. And that consideration requires vetting by the regulators at the end of the day and the approval by the different agencies once the business plan is put up for approval.
Well, my time on the city council is limited. I mean, what if I wanted to be a board member? How would I go about applying?
Yes, send me an email and I will help you through that process. publicbankeastbay@gmail.com is our email, and anyone that's listening and interested, we are open to anybody applying as a board candidate.
Okay. So next question is, the initial capitalization is targeted at 40 million, which the feasibility study says would come from 4 public entities. So I guess that's Richmond, Berkeley, Oakland, and Alameda County?
That's correct.
So approximately what would Richmond's contribution be?
Benjamin, do you want to take that?
Sure. Yeah, as I mentioned, we think it should be proportional to the existing budgets and budget vary from month to month and year to year, but looking at the past ones, we think it should be between 750,000 and 1.5 million for the city of Richmond.
Huh, okay. Okay, so and I just had a couple of comments. Richmond has dabbled in this kind of thing before. I did some research on it, and a number of years ago, actually, I think it goes back into the 90s or even the 80s. We got a grant from the Economic Development Administration, I guess it was, for the city of Richmond to set up a revolving loan fund that was primarily oriented toward small businesses to attract and grow businesses in Richmond. And and of course, the idea of a revolving loan fund is that it continually replenishes itself. And in the case of our revolving fund, it had so many bad loans that it almost ran out of money. And then the city basically turned over what was left to the to another agency, the housing organization in North Richmond. So I guess again, I'm intrigued by the idea of government entrepreneurship because of the success of the NCE model, but I'm also frightened by the prospect that the city of Richmond wants to get into the banking business. It's pretty scary. So those are my comments. I know the votes are there. I know it's going to happen. I know there's nothing I can do about it, but I just wanted to express my concerns. Any other questions from council members?
I'd like to make a quick response to Mayor Budd if I can.
Sure.
And that is just to say, this is why the bank has to be run by bankers and not by the cities. Right. We understand these issues. If you've looked at the viability study, you've seen our detailed risk analysis. And I think that if you're concerned about this kind of thing, this is a perfect moment to get involved, because what you're not committing money, you're only committing to see the process through its next steps. And that is exactly where your kinds of concerns are going to be raised and addressed and paid serious attention to.
Well, as I said, the bottom line is that the majority of the city council controls this process and they're going to approve everything. So I really have no voice in it, but I am interested. Okay, so let's go to public speakers.
Okay, we have one or two speakers now. We have Mark Wasberg, Garland Ellis, and now Lisa Johnson. Mark Wasberg, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
You hear me?
Yes.
Under the U.S. Constitution, the government, no matter state, federal, or city, cannot go into business. You cannot go into banking. You cannot go out and rent houses or anything like that, because it's against the law for government to do it. It's in the Constitution. Now, this is a scam, people. This is just like these home mortgage scams that was going on in 2008. You're going to have a bunch of bankers going to get together, and they're going to, no matter who they are, they're going to go out and make a profit. That's what they do. That's what banks do. They go out and make a profit. Let's just say if I wanted to start a motorcycle club, I have to get a bunch of bikers together, right? So we got to deal in drugs and organized crime and stuff like that. But the problem is there's no oversight with these bankers. There's no oversight with the motorcycle gang. They're going to act the way they want to act. You see what I'm trying to say? This is a scam, people. This is what McLaughlin tried to do in this eminent domain stuff. Sign your property over to us. We'll take care of your property. Because the average people out there don't know what's going on, and they're just going to be dumbfounded about the whole entire thing. The bottom line is you're going to have a bunch of bankers out there that eventually they're going to start making a profit. And there's going to be people that's going to be completely ripped off. I don't trust no bankers. I don't trust the government. You can't trust these people, because when the money starts flowing, that's when people starts getting greedy. We all see it up in Congress. We see it in the state legislature. I mean, you people, this is just a scam. I don't care what anybody says. Eventually, somebody's going to get financially destroyed on this because they're out to make money. There's no oversight.
Thank you. The next speaker is Garland Ellis. Garland, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, my name is Garland Ellis. I have several questions about this proposal. First off, it's going to be run by municipalities, and Richmond is going to be the smallest. And therefore, it's probably going to have the less say in where the money is spent or how it is used. Alameda County is a whole lot larger than all the other cities that have been mentioned. Oakland's a whole lot larger. Berkeley's a lot larger. Richmond's the smallest of everything that's been mentioned so far. When you have more money, you get more say. And when you have more money, you have more influence over the bankers. And so Richmond's going to be in a position of, even though it sounds good to them, I don't think they're going to get what they think they're going to get. Beyond that, none of these municipalities have been great at financial ventures. All of them are losing money. And so what's going to happen when you have people who don't necessarily are the greatest at financial figures in with bankers? How do we know that this is even going to work? And the last point is, all this money is going to be invested in East Bay. What happens when you have a big earthquake in the East Bay and most of the properties are destroyed? Your bank is going to go down, 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 because it's all invested and it's not put out over a large area. There's a lot of problems in the thinking here, and it needs to be thought out a whole lot more. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Lisa Johnson, and the following speakers after that are Jamin Purcell and Nikki. Lisa Johnson, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm a scientist, and I can tell you that an N of 1 does not prove success, nor does it prove failure. You need several data points to achieve statistical significance. So you simply cannot tell the public with the fiduciary responsibility that one public bank in North Dakota is a testament that public banks work. That is misinformation and Trumpism. In July, the city's long-term financial planner stated that the city would start relying on reserve funds starting in 2023 and would deplete those funds in 2 years. With the one-time $28 million in ARPA funds and assuming the city does not expand services or costs, the general fund reserves would be tapped into starting in 2024 and delay depleting our reserves by 2 years to fiscal year 27. If we start tapping into and depleting our reserves as estimated, this will very likely mean that the credit rating agencies will downgrade them to junk bond status. How does this fit into the risk assessment? If the city is putting in up to 1.5 million to this unknown entity, where does that money come from exactly? Are you putting it there instead of in our reserves? Importantly, we're in the midst of a state audit. Has the state auditor been made aware of this proposal and assess the risk to the taxpayers of Richmond? Who is liable for any losses that may occur to our taxpayer dollars? I am reminded of the eminent domain city banking scheme that Councilmember McLaughlin tried to put on our city in 2013, and it is extremely disconcerting. Lastly, the speaker mentioned that Lisa Cody, not sure if I captured her name correctly, with the SEIU, who was behind Lift Up Richmond and Measure U, is now involved in this scheme, which is a huge red flag. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jamin Purcell. Jamin, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you for bringing this to the attention of the City Council. Black and Latino families are more likely to lack access to commercial banks than white and Asian households. And this has been something that was brought up when Assemblymember Santiago from Los Angeles submitted Assembly Bill 1177 that was signed by Gavin Newsom and has been doing research into public banking options. I think creating a public option for banking and closing the racial wealth gap isn't only a moral imperative, but is necessary to foster greater financial security for our community. I look forward to seeing where you are able to direct this in time and to see the fullness of it. And I hope that Richmond is able to establish this in order to be able to help finance not only some of the city projects that we have, but as well be able to offer opportunities that we otherwise would not have. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Nikki. Nikki, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Nikki Beasley, Executive Director of Richmond Neighborhood Housing Services and a retired banker over 25 years. We've been following the public bank conversation. So from our perspective, definitely interested to know who has been outreach to encompass the community voice. I sit on both sides of Richmond and Oakland and very active in community and have not yet had any direct one-on-one conversation. If this does move forward, be very interested in the business plan to really understand how private bank proposes to close the many gaps that traditional banks have had so many challenges to address as it relates to home ownership and getting capital to small businesses. And also concerned about the vetting process if community members are going to be appointed to the board that has to go through a vigorous background. Many community members will be impacted by that and may then be have the inability to participate, and would highly encourage the city council to address having a community benefits agreement to make sure that everything that has been outlined is actually measured and validated based on the interest of the public bank. And then lastly, would offer from a regulatory standpoint, having more discussion about the CRA community reinvestment commitment that this private bank would be obligated to support community. So, and also make sure that within the constraints of the public bank, that there is some conversation of, yes, bankers are important to manage the process, but many bankers have been trained to figure out ways not to do business. So there definitely needs to be a healthy mix of individuals that can be more innovative so that we don't run into the same problems that the traditional
Time
banks
has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Yenny Garcia. Yenny, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, good evening. My name is Yenny Garcia, longtime Richmond resident. I just wanted to say that I'm really curious about what this new proposal is for what's being discussed as a public bank, because every time I hear that there's been like community involvement, and thank you, Benjamin, for your presentation, but this is the first time I hear about it. And, you know, I think in all fairness, because I don't know much about the subject, I think it'd be a good idea to, you know, postpone it and like look at it and have time for the community to be involved, because I consider myself a big part of it, that I usually know what's going on, and I didn't know that this was happening. So I just want to learn more about it. Also looking at it from the undocumented community that is already struggling with being able to open accounts in several banks because they don't have whatever they require, is like how would they be included in making sure that they get these type of banking services. And yeah, so I think if you would all be so kind enough to allow us more time to like explore those options, that would be great for all of us in the community. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Sean Dunning. Sean, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yeah, Sean Dunning, Richmond resident. I just wanted to really echo and appreciate what Yenny Garcia just said. I don't think I could say it any better. So ditto. Thank you.
Thank you. And there are no more public speakers.
So it looks like we got some more questions from council members. Councilmember Bates and then McLaughlin.
One question to follow up is that what outreach was done to include the total Richmond community, as many as possible?
Councilman, I could answer that, or George could, but I'm wondering if Councilmember McLaughlin wants to answer it.
Well, I do know that the community of Richmond has been outreach to, and there are candidates from community groups that are possible candidates that will be vetted by the state. I myself served on the interim board of this public bank as over the past few years to get the whole process going to this point. You know, it's a process that, you know, was pretty well established throughout the East Bay, as far as I understand. Debbie, you might want to say a bit more.
George?
Yeah. We've reached out to several groups in the Richmond area. I don't have a list on me on hand, but to the comments about more community involvement, obviously we're covering a very large region and it's hard to reach every group. So for the commenters that are interested in learning more or getting more direct information, I encourage anybody that's listening to this call to visit publicbankeastbay.org or contact us at publicbankeastbay@gmail.com. We want all the input. I heard comments around immigrant community involvement. We see the public bank as a very powerful vehicle to address a lot of those concerns, making loan policies specific to other institutions around making sure that those loans are being made in an inclusive fashion. A public bank would have a lot of leverage in influencing financial policy in our communities and would ultimately, in my opinion, benefit these undocumented communities. We could always do a better job of community outreach. I think that goes for any government institution, any extra governmental institution. And I just want to make sure that that doesn't go unacknowledged. Thank you.
And I just want to say that we've also been in touch with Our Power Richmond and the Richmond Land Trust and the Richmond Sierra Club. We're connected with MCE, which Mayor Butt was talking about. We have done a lot. We would love to do more. And Yeni Garcia in particular, Nikki gave us her email address and you did not, but we would like to hear from both of you.
My last question is it intent and hopeful that the City of Richmond financial institution will be depositing money into your account?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember McLaughlin, I was muted. I'm sorry.
That's right. I just want to answer a few questions, and I see some of the answers were put in the chat. I know that somebody mentioned, that one public bank, this 100-year-old state public bank isn't an example of public banks in general, but the fact is, and I think it was Debbie that put this in the chat, that 30% of the world's money is in public banks. Public banks are just really widespread over the world. And so it's not like it's a new concept. And like I said, Philadelphia just, I believe, passed an agreement to move forward with a public bank study and is very engaged, maybe even beyond that. Maybe they're at the business plan stage, but it's been making articles and headlines in various newsletters and such. I also want to state, and this is more of a question, maybe one of the Friends of the Public Bank can answer it, because I'm pretty sure I understand this to be the case. I think I heard some people thinking that individual mortgages would be available through the public bank, but at this, maybe that is something in the future, but at this point, as I understand it, we could, it will not be open to individuals getting a mortgage, more like nonprofit affordable housing developers getting loans and things like that, that will advance the opportunity for people to get affordable homes and such. But am I correct in that understanding?
That's the initial plan, because we wanted to start with something that we could get our arms around, some very clear and very focused initial programs. One of the community speakers brought up AB 1177, the California Public Banking Option Act, which was sponsored by the same assembly member that sponsored the California Public Banking Act. That is the Blue Ribbon Commission for that is being appointed, and the goal of that is to provide individual checking and savings accounts for free for every Californian. And our statewide organization was very, very involved in getting that passed. And we're very concerned about these issues, and which is why we want to talk to the people who are raising them.
So I just want to thank you. I just want to make the motion, and I want to just say this is such an important opportunity for us. I don't want Richmond to miss out on this opportunity. So my motion is to support the resolution. Again, as I mentioned in agenda review, that third resolved about the appointment of a representative from Richmond will be coming back by Mayor Butt at the next council meeting. Thank you, Mayor Butt, for committing to appoint me. Like I said, I've been on the interim board for the past few years, and I look forward. And of course, any monetary or policy decisions that affect Richmond, will be addressed by the Richmond City Council. So anything like that will have to come back, and it's just having a representative on the board and in the process leading up to the charter. So at this point, I'm going to make the motion, and I do see another hand up that the mayor may want to call on, but
Well, yeah, let's get a motion, a second on the floor, and then
so the motion is to support the resolution, to approve the resolution with the omission third resolved.
I second the motion.
Okay, motion by McLaughlin, second by Martinez. Councilmember Johnson.
Yeah, the idea of a public bank is most definitely something that that I would love for us to explore. As City Manager Curl mentioned, it's a great way to increase access to capital, especially for some of our nonprofit organizations here in the city of Richmond that are always doing good work and supplementing what we can't do as a government institution. And I kind of struggled with whether or not I was going to make this comment because I did not want it to come off confrontational. But at the root of some of those comments that I heard from some of the other folks is mistrust. In the past, you guys haven't been known to play well with others outside of your ideological circle. And to put a public bank up with folks' money and say that you're going to be giving money out to different organizations in the city of Richmond, it's a cause for pause as to whether or not it's just going to go to your approved list of friends, or if you're going to be willing to work with organizations that you don't necessarily agree with ideologically or philosophically speaking. And you have to understand that that is a major concern here in the city of Richmond, that whenever you present something, even the list of organizations that Debbie listed came from the approved list of friends that you guys always work with. I didn't hear anything about RNCC, who I know you guys don't agree with on a number of things. It's only friends. And so that's a major concern. Our banks right now, our commercial banks, only help out friends. And so we can't ask folks to put up $750,000 to $1.5 million of public money for you guys to only give loans to organizations that you agree with. That cannot be the case. And I'm pretty sure that's why the mayor was trying to figure out who figures out who goes on the board. Because if we have individuals on the board who are completely shut off to other parts of the community because they don't agree with them ideologically, politically, or philosophically, then this becomes a much larger issue. And I need you guys to acknowledge the fact that you don't play well with others outside of your circle, and that it does cause for pause when you talk about giving their money to other organizations that they may not 100% agree with. There is a serious issue in this community, and we're going to see it highlighted in the next agenda item. Benjamin, Debbie, and George, you guys wouldn't know this because you're only being presented with what's ideological what's ideal to the folks that's presenting it to you. We split community, and there's a deep mistrust for the individuals who are bringing this forward. And so unless there can be a really succinct way to let folks know in Richmond that their public dollars are not going to go to organizations, or that their organization will be denied because someone who sits on that board does not agree with their organization ideologically or philosophically, that is a major concern that I struggle because I did not want to come off confrontational. But at the same time, that is a major concern that we have to contend with here in the city of Richmond. Every organization that Debbie named is from their approved list of friends. Not one organization was an organization that has been in dispute or opposition with them. And that becomes a major point of concern for folks if those are the only organization that's going to get loans from this public bank with their money.
Councilor Bates, you still have a hand up.
Well, if I was in church And after listening to Reverend Johnson, I could not say but one thing, amen. Because I think he hit the nail right on the head. And it's about trust. And as long as it wasn't public funds being associated with this bank, I would certainly be very much supportive. But if you have political people on this bank and this money coming and being deposited by a governmental agency such as the city of Richmond, my goodness, I can imagine the kind of problems and the favoritism that are going to be extended primarily to this group friend. So I will not be supporting the motion. Thank you.
I'd like to speak to Councilmember Johnson's concerns very quickly, because I know that everybody wants to get on to the next item.
Go ahead.
The thing that I would like to say is that there is in our governance plan a very clear separation between the board and the staff of the bank, the CEO and the staff, who will not, they will take policy direction from the board, but loan decisions, who gets money, who, that is going to come from the staff, from the CEO. And Councilmember Johnson, I see you shaking your head. We would really appreciate a list of the organizations that you think we should reach out to. We are the friends. Most of us are not.
I'm not shaking my head at your plan, but me knowing human nature in the city of Richmond, I've seen folks bully staff and try to coerce staff into going with their way of thinking. And so unless I really want to say yes, but I'm going to have to abstain because I love the idea of public banks, but it's being presented on the garbage can lid right now to me. And I really need some of these, and I really need to know what safeguards are truly going to be in place before I can agree to giving public money to what's going to be perceived as an approved list of friends.
Okay,
I need Debbie, I hear what you're saying, but I need you to hear what I'm saying. As a resident and elected official here in the city of Richmond, I understand what you plan to do, but what I've seen happen from experience is not what happens. And so I want to see this happen. I want to see, I even have a few buildings in mind that we can set up shop, a brick and mortar shop. And I'm most definitely going to send you a list of organizations that I think you guys should reach out to. But that is a real concern. And I hear what you're saying, Debbie, but that does not give me any kind of reassurance in this moment.
Okay, I had a couple of final questions. So I'm still trying to understand the governance thing here. So right now there's an organization called an interim board. Is that right?
Not really. That was a sort of a something that we tried out that we've moved a little bit past.
Well, who do you call the group of people who are sort of running the show right now?
So I would say that the group of people who are running the show right now are the nonprofit 501c, the Friends of the Public Bank East Bay.
Okay.
And George and Benjamin and I are all on the board of that organization.
Okay. Is there anybody from Richmond on it?
I don't believe that right now there's anybody from Richmond on our board.
Don't you think that's sort of a glaring omission?
Yes, absolutely. It's something I would love to change.
Well, I think, you guys have been doing this for some time. Why didn't you come to Richmond and recruit somebody?
We have come to Richmond and talked to people. And I wouldn't, after having listened to Councilmember Johnson, I would be really concerned about being sure to do that carefully and well.
I'd also just like to clarify that the folks that are on our board aren't the ones that we are trying to recruit and serve on the bank's board. And we have folks from Richmond in that pool of candidates.
No, I understand that, but you all are involved. You all are involved in the intricate planning of this. And, and you're coming to Richmond asking us to be a part of it, but you haven't asked anybody from Richmond to be a part of your organization.
people come, we don't invite people to be in the nonprofit. We take who comes to us. We're all
Okay.
volunteers.
Well, no, I
But we
understand.
would love to have people from Richmond come join our organization and work with us. Claudia has spoken at our events. Eduardo has been to meetings.
Did you ask them to be a part of your organization?
We don't, we're a volunteer nonprofit. Elected officials are very busy.
Well, look, I understand everybody is on a board of a nonprofit, it's a volunteer, but you know, I won't belabor that. I think the last thing I want to say is that my understanding was that when I voiced, you know, skepticism about the actual board, I was reassured that the board would be made up of bankers. And that kind of scares me too. You know, it's the bankers who brought on the Great Recession by going out there and selling all those subprime loans.
It's a balancing act.
So I'm not sure how excited I am about having a bunch of bankers run this organization. You know,
We're looking for a diverse board with a lot of banking experience, but not, I mean, I also heard one of the community speakers talk about some of the problems with bankers.
Well, I guess we ought to take a vote. So, Madam Clerk, go ahead and call the roll.
Councilmember Bates,
No.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Abstain.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yes, and a quick comment on the motion. I do believe in public banking. I know we supported a feasibility study back in 2018 or 2019, one of those dates. And, you know, I do concur with Councilmember Johnson's comments on both ends, like depending on who's on what board or what political circle, whatever, is going to determine and influence how they feel when it comes to this overall process. So everybody, regardless of where you're from or what your interests are, we just need to keep our biases in check as much as possible and have respect amongst all else. But yes to the moving forward.
And Mayor Butt,
And your vote is?
he voted yes.
Okay. I'll abstain until I have more information.
The motion fails with council members Bate voting no. I'm sorry, the motion passes. Sorry. Sorry. With Councilmember Bates voting no and Councilmember Johnson and Mayor Butt abstaining.
Okay, so at this time, Madam Clerk, my understanding is the city attorney has to make an announcement to validate an item we voted on on the consent calendar. So are you
Can I
here?
just say thank you to the presenters? Thank you so much for your presentation. And I think we moved forward, you know, and we'll continue to move forward. So thank you.
Thank you all for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Okay, so city attorney, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yes,
Go ahead.
thank you. The item on the consent calendar involved the city manager's contract. And so it was just approved on the consent calendar. And now with city manager contracts, we obviously all the information is in the contract, but in addition to that, we need to make an oral announcement on the significant terms of the contract. The significant terms are that it's a 3-year agreement starting as of April 6th, tomorrow. The salary, the base salary is $295,000. There are some built-in escalators of 5% increase, then 4 in the 3 years, or the CPI for that period, whichever applies. The other terms, in terms of the severance, it's a 6-month severance plus an additional month for each year works as city manager, up to a maximum of 12-month severance. The severance does burn off based upon the remaining term of the contract, so that at the end of the 3 years, there'd be no severance. With regards to other benefit matters, there's a car allowance for $500 a month. The other benefits add up to include basically the CalPERS pension, other deferred compensation, a health and dependent care account, and the medical, dental, vision. That makes the entire package, including the base salary of the $295, the additional benefits add up to a total of $443,596. So we just, ever since the Bell scandal, legislation was passed to indicate that there should be a public announcement besides just the document being included in the agenda packet, so that the public is aware of what the cost of the high management contracts are. So that was the report, and it's in the agenda packet that was a part of the package and everybody would have seen, but we just wanted to add the oral statement to be sure everybody was aware of it. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, for letting me make that report.
Yeah, we probably wouldn't even know about that except that you've done city attorney work for Bell.
It teaches you a lot of things you wouldn't know.
Okay, that brings us to the next item, P2. Madam Clerk, would you read that, please?
Yes, item P2 is to adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Richmond, adjusting the boundaries of the 6 city council districts and adopting a new official council district map number 201 for the City of Richmond based on the results of the 2020 decennial census and amending the Richmond Municipal Code, section 2.16.050, and introduce an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Richmond, adjusting the boundaries of the 6 city council districts and adopting a new official council district map number 201 for the City of Richmond based on the results of the 2020 decennial census and amending RMC section 2.16.050.
So this says this is your item. So do you want to?
Yes.
You want to give a staff report now?
Yes, I'll give an overview, and James Hortensia and Shalice Tilton are here if there are any questions. So I'll just give a brief overview. Every 10 years, local governments use census data to redraw their district lines to reflect how local populations have changed. On December 15th of 2020, the City Council contracted with National Demographics Corporation to guide the city through the process to reestablish the district boundaries. Assembly Bill 849 requires cities and counties to engage communities in the redistricting process by holding public hearings and/or workshops and doing public outreach. A City Council held a total of 5 public hearings and 4 public workshops to review the redistricting process and receive public input and draft maps regarding the composition of potential City Council districts. Translation services were available for each public hearing and workshop. So public outreach was extensive and included published public notices in the West County Times, flyers announcing the public hearings or workshops were emailed to various community organizations, neighborhood councils, Richmond Standard newspaper, the business community, advertised in the city manager's weekly report, emailed to city departments for distribution, and it was emailed to the West Contra Costa Unified School District for distribution to parents, hand carried to various businesses, and advertised on the city's marquee. and KCRT, and individuals shared their information. Okay, proposed maps of district boundaries drafted by community members and groups were published beginning January of 2022 on the city's redistricting website. On February 1st of 2022, the council voted to allow map submitters an additional opportunity to submit revised maps with a new deadline of February 18th of 2022. On March 22nd of 2022, the Richmond City Council selected district map number 201, adjusting the boundaries of the city council districts. State law requires that new district maps must be adopted by April 17th of 2022 for the November 2022 election. And tonight, the adoption of the resolution approves the map and meets the city's obligation to comply with the April 17th, 2022 deadline. And that is the overview.
Okay, are there any questions from council members? I don't see a single one. I assume there are public speakers.
Yes.
Okay, call the public speakers.
Okay, we have 5 so far: Mark Wasberg, Oscar Garcia, Mr. Phillips, Susan Worley, and Nick Despoda, and 2 more: Sue Britson, David Swanson. I'll go ahead and start with Mark Wasberg. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
You hear me?
Yes.
Okay, if you read the Richmond Post paper, it says, I'm just gonna phrase this. It says, the RPA has stopped the black people from voting since they didn't approve map 102C. Now, everybody wanted to have that map passed by the city council, but since it interfered with the RPA, they didn't pass it. And everybody on Facebook was getting ticked off about it. And they was calling the RPA a bunch of prejudice and a bunch of Klansmen and just about every word in the book. And I told them, I said, you shouldn't be surprised. Everybody knows what's going to happen. And I even got 5 votes out of it. I told them I'm running for mayor. I said, good, we're going to vote for you, Mark. Because what they did was they destroyed hundreds of black voters. Because what they did, I told the people out on Facebook that the city council is going to do what they're going to do. They don't care about anybody. They just want to implement their own type of government. This is what I've been trying to tell you people all along. It's all about the RPA. And they are not going to approve any maps that's going to have conflict with another RPA member. Matter of fact, Gil McLaughlin tried to sneak a map in without having a hearing. Now, this is the corruption and two-face that the RPA is doing. Matter of fact, I made a half-hour video on my television show that if you people want it, I'll be glad to give it to you. Just send me an email at markwasberg56@gmail.com, and I'll be glad to send it to you. Ain't nothing but a half hour of totally corruption and lies by the RPA. And you people are, after you watch my video, if you're dumb enough to vote for the RPA, then you get what you deserve. These people are just a bunch
Time
of
has expired. The next speaker is Oscar Garcia. Oscar, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good evening. My name is Oscar Garcia, born and raised in the Iron Triangle. Here to still make the case for the neighborhood council drawn map 102C. I'm very concerned that there's no recorded community input on map 201. I'm not aware of any community members that came together to review or update that map. This year or 2 years ago when it was established, whereas map 102C is the input of pretty much every single neighborhood council that is currently active in the city of Richmond, and yet somehow it didn't merit consideration tonight for your vote. This is a travesty, not only for the city process, you're ignoring the community, but more importantly, you're doing a huge disservice for the Black community of Richmond. they have a possibility of having a district where they could have a very active voice, but instead you're ignoring that, and I don't know what other priorities instead you're putting over our Black community here in Richmond. It's a sad day in Richmond that such a large sector of the community is being ignored, and I'll end it with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mr. Phillips. Mr. Phillips, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good morning, good evening. This is Mr. Phillips, Richmond resident. I'm calling in support of map 102C, and I'm going to tell you why I support the map. First, I think that we should respect our neighborhoods. And secondly, I believe that we should do what we can to ensure that there is maximum representation. I think that map 102C does that. One of the things that concerns me about this entire discussion, and I can't help but look backwards to the previous agenda item where the public bank discussion happened. I heard people talk about supporting a public bank because of everything that it will do for unrepresented communities, specifically Black and Brown communities. And what I find in these public policy spaces all too often is that when people, quite frankly, can use Black and Brown people to push an agenda item, i.e., let's do this because it will support or it will help Black and Brown folks, they are very quick to do that. But when there are agenda items or policy items that truly will magnify the voices of Black and Brown folks, like a map that is equitable, then all of a sudden those folks are no longer as important. So what I'm asking the council to do this evening is to support the community map because that map gives maximum representation, and to live up to the ideals that I've heard everyone on the council profess at one time or another about truly uplifting, magnifying, and raising up Black and Brown voices. Do that by letting people get maximum representation. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Susan Worley. Susan, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, Mayor Butt and City Council members. My name is Susan Worley. I'm calling to represent myself, my family, and a lot of other people in my neighborhood. I'm asking you to continue to support map 201 in the redistricting of Richmond. We live in the triangle west of I-80 between the freeway, San Pablo Avenue, and McBride. We connect with our neighbors across San Pablo Avenue and across the freeway for many events, meetings, volunteer activities. We are a connected community. Map 201 represents our contiguous relationships, which is an element stated in the state of California guidelines for voting districts. Adopting map 201 would also mean that a district would not be required to miss participating in an upcoming election. Please respect our request to support map 201. And I would also like to say there's a lot said about communities based on ethnicity and so forth. My neighborhood is very racially diverse, and I don't know how it is that some neighborhoods are seen as, all I know is my neighborhood is very racially diverse, and I really appreciate that about the neighborhood in which I live. Thank you very much. Good evening.
Thank you. Next speaker is Nick Despota, and the following group of speakers after that is Sue Britson, David Swanson, Lisa Johnson, Naomi Williams, and Jim Hansen. Nick Despota, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. I also live in East Richmond Heights. Your majority decision at the last city council upheld two principles, and tonight I expect it to hold a third. First, a majority of you supported the principle that district boundaries must be drawn to represent, quote, communities of interest. Shared interests in things like neighborhood schools, commercial development, public safety policies, and so on. These are all the results of a compact and contiguous district. Second, the majority supported the usually important idea that any partitioning that would leave some 6,000 eligible voters unable to vote in 2 election cycles is wrong. No representation, not maximum representation, as someone said. This is undemocratic. Third, I hope your vote tonight supports this third principle that individual city council members, you all, stick to your best judgment. After a robust public process spanning many months, I hope this body doesn't backtrack because one group does not like the outcome of a decisive vote to accept MAP 201. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Sue Britson. Sue, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Sue Britson. I've been a proud Richmond resident and voter for the past 22 years. I'd like to speak to the redistricting project, in particular regarding my district, District Number 6. I urge the council to keep East Richmond with Central Richmond by adopting MAP 201 when the vote occurs. Adopting maps that break off the eastern portion of District Number 6 would result in my neighborhood voting with residents in areas of suburbs pretty far away from San Pablo, along San Pablo Dam Road. It may also mean that my neighbors cannot vote in the next election. I believe my issues and the issues of my neighbors have more in common with District 6 residents on both sides of San Pablo Avenue. One area of great concern to me has been emergency services and emergency preparedness planning, and there's an obvious advantage for me and my neighbors to work with others close by rather than geographically separate and topographically different suburban areas farther out along San Pablo Dam Road. I urge the council to vote for MAP 201. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is David Swanson. David, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. I want to thank the City Council for all its hard work doing all this effort, and I'm impressed with you always. I support the vote of the City Council 2 weeks ago on the redistricting by approving MAP 201. Why certain districts want to split up District 6 to be absorbed by District 4 makes no sense. We are separated by miles of regional park, wildlands, canyons, mountains, and District 6 does not share access or utilities or neighbors or commercial districts with District 4. On the access, even from this part of District 6 to District 4 is a 1 narrow mile-long road. Tonight, I'm sure we'll all see a lot of this has been a political ploy by specific districts to restructure all of Richmond for their sake. They use biased accusations on social media and protest groups to threaten our City Council. We should support our City Council and keep our political process from being being controlled by elitist groups that do not represent all of Richmond. We need fair representation of all of Richmond's multicultural, diverse voters. So I support your City Council and its choice of MAP 201. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker is Lisa Johnson. Lisa, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm just going to speak off the cuff for this topic tonight. You all know I support MAP 102C. I worked closely with many of the neighborhood members on this map. I've been invested in this process for going on almost 4 years now. And it's extremely disheartening to watch what is happening in this city. And I will say this, when you disenfranchise a Black community for 14 years, from 2018 to 2032, for them not having a majority Voting Rights Act compliant district, it's shameful, especially when the previous item you talked about how redlining would be cured by a public bank. Yet those same Black community members, you don't give a rat's patooey about when it comes to having fair representation on a map. It's appalling. And then on top of it, you have Reimagine Richmond, which is comprised of many youth of color sending out emails telling the Black community not to support a map that's going to disenfranchise them. But what has happened here is beautiful in the sense that neighborhoods across this city have bonded together. They're reinforcing the power of the neighborhoods and the neighborhood councils, and they're not going to put up with this crap anymore. They want a voice. We want to be heard. We deserve to be heard. And you need to listen to that. We're not going away. We're all the more stronger. Friendships have been forged and they will last forever. So thank you for allowing that to happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Naomi Williams. Naomi, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. My name is Naomi Williams and I live on the south side. I live in District 3. People talking about not voting. We did not get a chance to vote in the last election because we was in the district. We wasn't in the district that was up for election. Now, I agreed for the first time with Mr. Johnson, who didn't do his job when he was city council person, but he actually told the truth for this the last item about the bank. It would be the RPA that would be running the bank along with their cronies. And I've been here for 52 years. And I always thought about what council would be next. But this is the most dysfunctional council. They don't have to have meetings. They go to meetings and then they say what they're going to do. And no matter what you say or what we do, they do not agree with. They play with you and they pretend that they're helping you, but they're only helping you to help them. And it's disgraceful that I've been here for 52 years and dislike Richmond so much that if I was younger, I think I would try to move if I had the money. But besides that, this is tragedy. Gail, I know you're a good person in heart, but getting together with other people on your council for your organization purpose is not good. Pretend you like people, but you don't. You uses them. I don't know what you guys think about when you know that we are paying your taxes, paying your rent, paying your everything, and you still don't have time enough to
Time has
respect
expired.
us.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jim Hansen, and the following group of speakers after that is Jovanka Beckles, Honorable AJ Jelani, Floridalma Bach, Sue Wilson, and Linda Whitmore. Jim Hansen, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm really sorry this is such a divisive process, and I just am reminded this is nothing that anybody in Richmond asked for. And Mr. Gosney and Councilmember Bates have brought that up, so I won't go into it, but I'll just say that 2 years ago, districts that are, the basis for 201, I recall were voted on by Councilmember Bates, Martinez, Willis, Vice Mayor Choi, and Mayor Butt voted yes. Councilmember Myrick abstained, and Councilmember Johnson was absent. I just don't think a largely Democratic Party voting city should adopt something that would disenfranchise 6,000 voters from voting for their council member. And it's unfortunate that that's what this does. I also just want to say that the 201 was not drawn by council members. I saw some material come out that was really kind of inflammatory, frankly. And this was drawn by, as I understand, a consulting firm, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. I think that the 201 can work, and I hope we can get beyond the division that this has created. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jovanka Beckles. Jovanka, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
All right. Greetings, everyone. I have to laugh when I hear comments
about how the RPA wants to disenfranchise communities of color. I'm an RPA member, and I'm a proud Black woman who happens to be both Black and Latina. The RPA is a volunteer organization that's led by Black and brown people. So yeah, it's a little laughable, but anyway, I live in East Richmond Heights, and I agree that map 201 best represents our city. I kept seeing an ad on Facebook that was promoting map 102. And I don't understand why. I saw some members of our community agreeing with that, because what that actually does is that it would have disenfranchised 6,000 people. All of those people would have lost their chance to vote on a city council member this year if the 102 gets passed. And so that would be insane to disenfranchise so many people. But the map that the council chose previously, 201, was and is the only map that makes sure everyone, including my people, Black people, Latino people, will get a chance to vote on the city council this year. The map that was chosen already by the city council was reviewed by outside consultants as well, and they agree they fairly give districts Black, Latinos, and other demographics. So, as a Black woman, as a Latina, I have worked and continue to work tirelessly to ensure my community has a voice at the table and that my community is represented well. And so that's why I support map 201 and ask the council that we can agree that this is the map that will best represent our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Honorable AJ Jelani. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, members of City Council. My name is AJ Jelani. I'm the president of Beldenwood Neighborhood Council. Please mark that down somewhere. The Beldenwood Neighborhood Council is represented in this conversation. I thank you so much for that. I just want to side with the people on 102C, as I understand it, and that was supported by the Richmond Neighborhood Coordinating Council, Ms. Jan Megan, and so we want to be in keeping with the people and in their struggle for the voice to be heard according to what they feel is equitable to them. So we want to go, I'm speaking for myself, and I'm not speaking for the whole council. We did talk about this issue. We didn't get to the bottom of what the damage would be, or how would 7,000 people, 6,000 people would not have the opportunity to vote. So again, I think it boils down to, we trust you, we don't trust you. So whatever you guys do today, just look in the mirror, and if it's going to benefit the people, fine. If you don't think it's going to benefit the people, then don't do it. But we want to know that the Beldenwood is siding with the people, and I'm speaking for myself right now tonight, okay? So just do the right thing and look out for the little guy, the least, the lost, the left behind. And remember, they'll have a voice one day if they don't have one now. Okay, thank you guys, and that's good night.
Thank you. Next speaker is Floridalma Bach. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Floridalma Bach.
Sí, aquí estoy.
Ok, tiene 2 minutos para hablar si quiere comenzar.
Sí, mi nombre es Floridalma Paz, soy del grupo AC. ¿Aló?
Sí, se le oye, puede continuar.
Sí, yo también pido y apoyo a el mapa 201, que esto permitirá que los votantes puedan emitir su voto, y pues en esta opinión pues estoy yo. Y pues espero poder votar, y eso sería una gran ayuda o un gran beneficio para nosotros. Muchas gracias.
Gracias. The next
Will
speaker.
someone translate, please?
Let me ask if she has a translator. Give me a second.
If she doesn't, I can tell you that what she said was that she is a member of ACE, and that map 201 benefits the most people and that it does not disenfranchise 6,000 people. So she is behind it, and she hopes that other people can see that it is the map that helps people the most.
Thank you. I'll take the next speaker is Sue Wilson. Sue, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, my name is Sue Wilson. I live in Richmond Annex. I want to express my support for map 201, which is the only map that was being considered that doesn't disenfranchise voters, including Black and brown voters. As many people have said tonight, map 102C that's been favored by some people would have resulted in about 6,000 voters losing their chance to vote on a city council member this year. And that includes many Black and brown voters in there. And I don't think it's the right of this city council or any city council to decide that 6,000 people are going to miss a vote. One thing I want to draw attention to, I think it's been mentioned before tonight, is that there was a lot of ads on Facebook this week promoting map 102C, which is the map that would disenfranchise 6,000 people. And there's no disclaimers, or I think it's called, it had a name, but you can't really tell who paid for those ads. And I think that's a real question that somebody should get to the bottom of, is that it's great to have disagreements and struggles in a city, but when there's probably tens of thousands of dollars being put behind the map 102C campaign, and there's no accountability about who is spending that money. If I had to take a guess, and this is just a guess, today in the Richmond Standard, which is the fake newspaper that Chevron puts out, they quoted a press release from the Chamber of Commerce. And the Chamber of Commerce thinks it's really important that we have map 102C. Since when does the Chamber of Commerce decide what the politics of this city are? It's you and me, it's the people that live here, it's not business associations. So anyways, follow the money. Somebody's putting a lot of money into creating this discord and dividing our city, and I think we should find out who that is.
Thank you. Next speaker is Linda Whitmore, and the following group of speakers after that is phone number ending in 5303, Emily Ross, Steve Bischoff, M. Law, phone number ending in 2352, and Nikki. Linda Whitmore, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening. I am Linda Whitmore, and I live in the Santa Fe neighborhood. And I was part of the group working on our community map. It was important for me to be involved because the South Side, the neighborhoods in the South Side are constantly being ignored by the city. It's important that you understand that the neighbors on the South Side, we talk about being disenfranchised, have been for years. The Santa Fe neighborhood, we didn't get a chance, 4,000 people didn't get a chance to vote in our last election. I thought we would get a chance, Councilman Johnson mentioned getting together with the community and with people for 201 and trying to work out our differences and come with a map we can both be involved with, but it never happened. We did have a meeting, but it was just the same thing. We were on Zoom and we were just getting our points of view, but we never got a chance to talk to each other, to really figure out what are the problems we're facing that we can maybe work out and get a map we can all be proud of. Same thing's happening now. And that's why our last, about the public bank, not one neighborhood on the South Side was contacted to give their opinion about this public bank. The same thing's happening now with our neighborhood maps. I think you need to listen to the community. 102C is a map that the community feels would be the best map for Richmond. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is phone number ending in 5303. El próximo orador será el número de teléfono terminando en 5303. Please unmute yourself by pushing *6. Por favor, prenda su sonido empujando estrella 6. Phone number ending in 5303. Número de teléfono terminando en 5303. Okay, I will come back to them. The next speaker is Emily Ross. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, council and community. My name is Emily Ross. I'm a Richmond resident. You've heard me speak before in support of MAP 201, so I'm not going to go through it all again. I know in the end you've heard, mixed opinions from the public, with a lot of folks supporting, MAP 201 and MAP 102C in particular. And you're facing a difficult decision in choosing a map when there is no perfect map, and any map will divide our city in a way that someone won't like. I want to speak on the disenfranchisement piece because I feel like that word is being thrown around and used inappropriately. Disenfranchisement means depriving people of the right to vote. The only map that is doing that is map 102C. It will not give more representation to Black voters than map 201. The advantage of map 201 is that it adheres to the redistricting principles of not shifting voters to different election years. All of the maps that made it to the final round of consideration adhere to the Federal Voting Rights Act and applicable state laws. So I hope you stick with your decision to adopt map 201. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Steve Bischoff. Steve, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yes, Mayor and City Council, I want to say that, I think one of the things that's happening, and you'll hear a lot more from neighborhood councils, I think, in the future, because I think many of us really do feel ignored. There are interesting arguments, all kinds of different ways about 201 or 102C. But, a lot of us, I think, really feel like the city council doesn't really give a damn what we feel about the whole thing. So I just want to say that as somebody active in the May Valley neighborhood, I intend to be one of the people you'll hear from. And I hope you'll pay attention this time. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you. Next speaker is M. Law. M. Law, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Good evening, Madeline Law, Park Plaza neighborhood. I just want to say briefly, the neighborhoods worked very hard on 102C. And we thought we did the best we could in terms of equity and having a good map. But I do want to say the neighborhood councils are here to stay. You're not going to get rid of us. And just be aware that you will not be sitting there all the time. We have new elections coming up. We have other elections coming up. And because you don't distribute information to the neighborhood councils, we're going to get the information and we are going to react on what needs to happen. This public bank, Ms. McLaughlin, you said straight in the camera. We distributed, we let everybody know. I didn't know about neighborhood council, about the public bank, and you spending public money and making decisions like that. This is the problem with this existing council. You bypass the neighborhood councils, you do what you want to do, but you best believe you're not going to be sitting there all the time. Your day is coming, and it will be coming soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I will try phone number ending in 5303 again. El próximo orador será el número terminando en 5303. Please unmute yourself by pushing *6. Por favor, prenda su sonido empujando estrella 6. Phone number ending in... Bueno. Bueno.
¿Santiago está ahí?
Se oye. Si quiere empezar, tiene 2 minutos. Y si tiene un traductor, el traductor tiene 2 minutos también, señora. Hello?
Santiago está ahí. I am the interpreter.
Okay. So you'll have 4 minutes total.
Santiago, puede empezar. ¿Aló?
Yeah.
Santiago. Santiago, ¿está allí?
Do you want me to come back to you in a little bit?
Sí,
Oh, okay, never mind.
Oh,
Sí.
ok, aquí, ahí está, ya.
ya. Soy Santiago Morales Velázquez. Vivo apartamento 32528 TH Street, Richmond, California. El
Voy a
mapa es
traducir. Voy a traducir,
201.
permítame, ahorita voy a traducir y ahorita
Sí, dale.
empieza. Hello, my name is Santiago Morales Velázquez. I live at 325 28th Street here in Richmond. Okay, siga adelante.
El mapa 201 es el mejor mapa que referente a Richmond y asegura que los votantes pueden votar en la siguiente en selecciones P2.
Map 201 is the best map that represents Richmond, and it's also the map that is going to ensure that people will be able to vote. More people will be able to vote in the next coming election. ¿Eso es todo, Santiago?
Sí, gracias.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's it. Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is phone number ending in 2352. If you could please unmute yourself by pushing *6. Phone number ending in 2352.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is James Daniels. I'm supporting 201, map 201. I said this once before. This is the year 2022. Let's not go back to the 50s and 60s. We had a right to vote. Everybody that lives in a district that needs to be voting this year or next year need to have a right to vote. Get rid of that 102 and vote for 201 now.
Thank you. Next speaker is Nikki. Nikki, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi again. I just wanted to make comment that from a map perspective, it's never served the Black community effectively. Our understanding of the whole districting and mapping was to hold city council members accountable to areas, because prior to that, it was community council at large. There really was never any accountability to community. So I would like to offer that the focus not be on the map, but the focus be on how city council members will now take charge of their allocated districts or areas and figure out how to revitalize the communities that are in dire need and figure out how to get the resources in the community that they are now being tasked to serve. And that's the final comment.
Thank you. There are no more public speakers.
Okay, I see Councilmember Bates' hand up. Did you have something?
Yes, I want to hopefully educate this council, and only one that recall and remember is the mayor. When we established neighborhood councils, the idea of the neighborhood council was to be an extension of the city council. The individuals who reside in the neighborhoods, who have the closest contacts with the neighbors, much closer than the city council members. And we gave them a lot of responsibility and authority. As a result, the neighborhood councils collectively have reviewed the maps and have come forward with what they feel and think is the best map to proceed in moving this city forward. And I cannot help but respect their leadership, their involvement, and their dedication. And I think that they represent the community far more so than maybe the council members, because let's face it, we don't have the contact on a daily basis with as many of the constituencies as the neighborhood councils. Then I look at the banking situation where I hear the majority speak of equity, protecting the Black community, and being respectful of the Black community. And this map that has been presented tonight does not represent those factors. So there's an old saying that those who take this position of disfranchising a large segment of the African-American community speak in foreign tongue, in forked tongue, they say. Speak in forked tongue, which means that you're not being honest. Don't tell me that you love and support the Black community when it comes to the bank, but when it comes to equity and equality in a voting process, you again speak with forked tongue. So I cannot support this map as presented, and I'm prepared to make a substitute motion once you put your motion on the floor.
Okay, well, I don't see any more hands up, so somebody want to make a motion? Councilor Martinez?
Yes, actually,
Vice Mayor Martinez, I'm sorry.
no problem.
Didn't mean to disrespect you there.
I know that, and I'm not bothered, but thank you for noticing. I actually want to speak to the maps, and I know that when we were at large, we did not have this divisiveness, and it's really sad to see us arguing over something that shouldn't be argued about. As I said at the last meeting, I'm making my decision on the numbers, and I would like to be able to respectfully disagree with people who, and I give people the right to disagree with me respectfully. But if you look at map 201, there is one district, District 1, which is 54% Latinx. And there is one district that is non-Hispanic Black, and that is 52%. That's District 3. And then the other districts are pretty much divided between a lot of different groups. And map 201 does not disenfranchise any voters. If you look at map 102C, you will see that there is one district, District 1, which is Latinx, 54%. There is one district, District 3, which is 63% non-Hispanic Black. But map 102C gives two districts, District 4 and 5, to a majority white voter population. District 4 has 50%. District 5 has 56%. And if we're going to talk about equity, I don't see how this map provides equity with two districts having a majority white population, especially since the white population is far less, about 38%. So you know, and so anyway, that's why I will respectfully disagree and stay with 201.
Want to make a motion?
Yes, I will move that map 201 be the map for the city.
Okay, so
I second that. I second that.
All right, second by Jimenez. So Councilmember Bates, did you say you want to?
I make a substitute motion that we adopt 102C, and the purpose of this is that the community need to recognize who is voting one way or the other. So that's the main reason. Put your hands on the table, you vote, so everyone will know exactly where you're coming from.
Okay,
Thank you.
is there a second for Bates' motion?
I'll second for the sake of discussion and vote.
Okay, all right. We have a substitute motion by Bates, second by Johnson. I think it's time to vote, Madam Clerk. So why don't you call the roll on the substitute motion?
Councilmember Bates?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
No.
Councilmember Johnson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez?
No.
Councilmember McLaughlin? Councilmember, okay. Councilmember Willis?
No.
And Mayor Butt?
Yes.
The motion fails with council members Bates and Johnson, and then Mayor Butt voting yes.
Okay, let's vote on the main motion. Call the roll, please.
The main motion is to move the item P2. Councilmember Bates?
No.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson?
No.
Vice Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
And Mayor Butt?
No.
The motion passes with council members Bates and Johnson and Mayor Butt voting no.
Okay, the next item is item P3. Would you read that, please, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, just a quick announcement. I need to excuse myself for the rest of this meeting. I just had a family emergency pop up that I need to go take care of. So y'all have a good night.
Okay, all right. Okay, item P3.
Yes. Item P3 is to receive a presentation regarding a potential revised project for the Terminal 1 site from Terminal 1 Development LLC. And that is from the City Manager's Office.
Good evening, Mayor Butt, council members and members of the public. I'm Lena Velasco, Director of Community Development. The item before you this evening will be a presentation by Terminal 1 Development LLC of a potential revised project that could serve as a basis for making amendments to an existing land disposition agreement that the city executed in 2014 for sale and development of the Terminal 1 site located at the southeast corner of Dornan Drive and Brickyard Cove Road. This is only a presentation of the alternative project, and no decision is proposed to be made this evening regarding the alternative project. With that very brief summary, I would like to welcome and introduce Paul Menzies of Laconia Development LLC to provide their presentation of their potential alternative project. And if I can also ask IT to share the presentation when Mr. Menzies is ready. Thank you.
Good evening. This is Paul Menzies. I'm hoping everybody can see my first slide. It has Laconia Development logo on it. Is everybody seeing that?
Not yet.
Okay, good.
There it is.
Yep. Good. Let me adjust something here. Mayor Butt, council members, city staff, ladies and gentlemen of the public, my name is Paul Menzies. I'm CEO of Laconia Development. We have been in the real estate investment and development business since 1985. We office and live in the East Bay, and we are the local developer representative for Terminal 1 Development LLC. I have a lot of information to share tonight and not a lot of time to do it. So that's why I'm doing it verbally, but also in writing, as you can follow along. So the agenda is why the currently entitled multifamily condominium project is not economically viable and cannot be built. Item 2 is a proposal for a single family project, which is economically viable and can be built. Number 3 will be a recitation of the benefits to the city of Richmond from the single family project. Number 4, a site plan and some architectural illustrations and some examples of modern single-family home design. And last, I'll show some illustrations of the public waterfront park. The project currently approved, condominium project, consists of 316 units total, which is 295 condominium units and 21 single-family homes. These units are in 5 large buildings with a maximum height of approximately 62 feet, and there are 2 parking podiums which cover about 4 acres with spaces for approximately 600 cars. Despite our most conscientious efforts, it took a total of over 7 years and 32 public agency hearings to get all of the necessary entitlements for the condominium project. City entitlements and stage 1 design review took 3.5 years. Stage 2 design review took 1.5 years. And Bay Conservation and Development Commission, BCDC approval took 3.5 years. I'm aware that these add up to more than 7, some of them overlapped, but the whole process took 7 years. The impact of this delayed entitlement process was that from 2014 to 2020, Bay Area home prices increased about 56%. And during the same period, multifamily construction costs in the Bay Area increased about 98%. The impact of the pandemic. In the pandemic, condominium prices dropped substantially throughout the Bay Area and indeed throughout the nation. Buyers became concerned about shared air circulation and the physical proximity of other residents. Financing for condominium projects is much more difficult to obtain, except in major downtown locations such as Manhattan. And during the pandemic, multifamily construction costs have continued to increase at approximately 12% per annum. Now, here is a very important point. There are certain facts about the Terminal 1 site which were discovered during the entitlement process, and it's vital that I share this with you. A soil condition analysis prepared by the geotechnical engineer found that the site is seismically unstable. In a seismic event, there is a significant risk of liquefaction, and that is a condition where the soil mixes with groundwater and turns into mud. Even more alarming is a possibility of lateral spreading. This is where the whole site could slide down the sloping bedrock towards the bay. In addition, the existing wharf, 110 years old, is substantially deteriorated and structurally deficient. And last, the city did not complete the environmental cleanup of the site, and the warehouse in the early 2000s as ordered. Contamination remains, and the required cleanup is far more extensive than was originally thought. All of these conditions are hazardous to public health and safety. They must be fully remediated before the site can be put to any public or private use whatsoever. And without remediation, the site and the wharf will remain blighted and fenced off, and the bayfront will not be available for public use. Additional extraordinary site costs. Even after remediation of the seismic and environmental problems, the weight of the approximately 600-car concrete parking podiums and the 5 large condominium buildings on top of the podiums would require that 1,413 piles be driven into bedrock 35 to 85 feet below grade. The cost of this work is about $5 million. Therefore, the cost of the site for the condominium project is as follows, and I'm aware I'm throwing a lot of numbers at you, but I ask you to bear with me. It's all very important information for your decision-making process. The land purchase price is $10 million. The seismic stabilization of the site would be $5 million. Repair of the wharf is $3.5 million. Cleanup of the site contamination is $2 million. Demolition of the lead paint contaminated warehouse is $1.5 million. The waterfront public park and the access to it will cost $6 million, plus the $5 million cost of the piles I just spoke about. This brings the total cost of the site to $33 million. Because of all of the foregoing factors, the 316-unit condominium project is not economically viable. Why? Well, the total cost of the condominium project significantly exceeds the total revenue from sale of the units. I think you're all aware that the city hired an independent land economist, a group called Land Econ Group. They analyzed the 316-unit condominium project, and the economist confirmed that the cost of that project will exceed the revenues from sale of the units by tens of millions of dollars. So the current challenge is to build an economically viable project which can pay for the $10 million purchase price of the land, the additional $12 million cost of stabilization and remediation for the site, the additional $6 million cost of the waterfront public park and public access. Total of these costs, $28 million. The solution. The solution is to build a single-family project with a sufficient number of units to enable payment of the approximately $28 million of extraordinary costs. Our current design has 157 homes and can support these costs. Parenthetically, I want to say that, by the way, for the single-family project, it is not necessary to drive the 1,413 piles that I spoke about. So you might ask, why single-family homes? Well, single-family homes are the home type strongly favored by the post-pandemic buying public. Single-family homes are the only residential for-sale product which is both financeable and economically viable at the terminal 1 site. And also parenthetically, I'd like to note that the Quarry project, which was originally planned as I think around 200 multifamily units, is now seeking approval for a single-family project, and this process is going on everywhere throughout the country. You might ask, why is a single-family project viable when a multifamily condominium project is not viable? Because single-family home prices are higher than condominium prices, especially after the pandemic. Single-family construction costs are lower than multifamily construction costs, and therefore the margin between single-family costs and revenues will allow payment of all of the extraordinary costs that I have just described. Benefits of a single-family project. It will allow remediation of the residual soil and groundwater contamination. Currently, by the way, that's the city's responsibility. It will allow demolition of the lead-painted contaminated warehouse that is a threat to public safety. It's an attractive nuisance. It will allow remediation of the seismically unstable site. It will allow structural retrofit of the wharf, and it will allow transformation of the blighted, contaminated, and fenced-off site into a vibrant residential neighborhood and public waterfront park. In addition, it will support adjacent property values by remediating the seismic instability. It will allow creation of the waterfront public park that would cost the city approximately $18 million to construct on a standalone basis, namely not connected to a project. It will enhance public safety to the Point Richmond, access to the Point Richmond shoreline and the new waterfront public park. It will allow payment of approximately $16 million in near-term revenue to the city, and it will allow payment of $3 million in ongoing annual property tax from which the city will receive its mandated share. I'd now like to share with you some site plans and some illustrations of single-family homes which have been developed. I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. I'd like to share site plan and architecture of the homes. I'd like to say that the site plan and the architecture of the homes will be developed in conjunction with the design review board and city staff. The goal will be to design homes which are aesthetically pleasing and which home buyers will want to buy. Obviously, that ultimately is the goal. By the way, I want to say that what we will show you are illustrations only. Here, I'll show you essentially two site plans. This is a site plan with single-family homes with shoreline drive. Some of you may remember from last time around there was a road along the southern portion of the site. I'd also like to present to you a site plan which has no road along the southern portion of the site, and more about that later, and I'll explain why I'm presenting that. Here is an illustration about views. The question of views has been brought up. All the homes around the perimeter are 2-story homes, and the homes in the center are 3-story homes, spaced as much as we can space them. And approximately 50%, over 50% of the homes have water views. Shoreline Drive. We asked the city to consider the design without Shoreline Drive. From a land planning perspective, the design as a pedestrian-only park is far superior. Then the park can be a place for quiet enjoyment of the spectacular bay views without the noise and fumes of adjacent cars. We think about the High Line in New York City, an elevated train track which has been turned into a pedestrian park and is now regarded as a jewel of urban planning. The pedestrian-only Terminal 1 waterfront public park would be a jewel for the city of Richmond and indeed for the whole Bay Area. And by the way, it's important for me to point out that the number of homes will be the same in the plan, both with and without Shoreline Drive. Here is an illustration of what the project might look like from above the bay, obviously. Looking back, don't pay too much attention to the design of the homes. This will all be worked out with design review board and staff, but it does give a panoramic sense of how the wharf, currently blighted and deteriorated, will be transformed into a public park. Now, I'd like to show some single-family homes which have been designed by the same Bay Area office of the architect that we are using. Again, these are for illustration only. The next few pages will show the public park, which will be built and paid for by the single family home project. Again, this is the wharf as redesigned as a public park. We certainly thank you for your attention. Our request is that the council, in the fullness of time, this evening would be great, but if not this evening, later, direct city staff to work with us to promptly entitle the single family home project. And of course, we're available for questions and comments.
So before we start asking questions, I just want to point out that what Lena Velasco told us, and that is that we're not going to direct staff to do anything tonight. This is purely a show and tell. So with that, are there questions from council members? Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you. You mentioned the cost of these houses, and so could you give me an estimate about a square foot price for the condominiums and then versus the single family homes, and why and kind of like the maximum, and like you mentioned something about no be feasible. So can you also talk about that in terms of like how much is like a square foot construction versus sale price a square foot? Thank you.
Absolutely. So multifamily construction costs in the Bay Area today, especially with a podium project, which adds quite a bit of cost, is anywhere from $350 a foot to as much as $500 a foot. There was a project built recently in Walnut Creek at $500 a foot, but that was excessive. I think it's $350 to $450 a foot just for the construction costs. On top of that are soft costs, architecture and engineering, financing costs, land, and so on. Single family construction, particularly with a union job, which this is, there's a PLA, project labor agreement, adds 30% on labor, something in the perhaps $200 a foot range.
And the selling, this is the construction, so versus selling price, how much is the selling price? And
Sales price?
Sales price for a square foot.
Sure. Oh, per square foot. There's some debate going. There's some debate going on about this now within our shop and between ourselves and our consultants. I think something. Well, let me give you an example. Water line sold in the 400s a foot, 440 a foot. The NOMA project is currently selling at about low 400s a foot. Those prices would not create a margin that could accomplish anything at Terminal 1. We think that price per foot, perhaps something in the $550 to $600 range, might be achievable.
Thank you.
Councilmember Bates?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And a couple of questions I had. One is that, did you do an analysis, the staff did an analysis that the amount of revenue annually, once this development is completed, what type of revenue will the city benefit from?
Councilman Bates, I believe that an analysis was done by Land Econ Group, the city's consultant, and it's my strong impression, subject to correction by city staff, that the revenues, annual revenues, would be significantly in excess of the cost of delivering services to the development.
Do you have a figure?
I have a vague sort of a figure because we have not been given a copy of the Land Econ report, notwithstanding that we paid for it. We were asked to pay for it and we did so immediately. We've not yet been given a copy. We would like a copy. I have the impression that it might be something in the $400,000 a year range, but I stand ready to be corrected on that.
You've signed a PLA agreement with the unions, or is that pending?
Yes, we did.
So we're looking at a significant amount of union jobs on this project as well.
Correct, Councilman Bates. Yes, we are.
Okay. And what do you anticipate the time of completion once you've given the green light?
Once we get the green light, we would like to work with staff very promptly and get entitlements done very promptly. You heard me talk about the 7-year period that the last group of entitlements took. We could not have that happen here. So we would hope to get them, even with all goodwill on both sides, maybe by the end of the year. I know it sounds impossible, but it's a modification. It's not a completely new circumstance. And once we have the entitlements, there's probably a 6 or 8 month period where we do what's called pre-con, where we prepare for construction. We get working drawings, we do engineering, we do all sorts of studies. So we could, if we could get entitlements by the end of the year, we could get going with construction in perhaps June or July or August of next year. And the pace of construction for single family home projects depends a lot on the pace of sales. So it's a very active market in the Bay Area for single family homes. So we would hope for very good velocity of sales.
Well, I just want to make maybe an editorial statement. Several years ago, Vice Mayor Eduardo and I attended the Zoshan Sister City Gala in Zoshan, where we met Mr. Wu. And for the benefit of the audience and the benefit of the council, it was council member at the time, now Vice Mayor Eduardo and I, that encouraged, after looking at Mr. Wu's project throughout parts of China, we encouraged him strongly to come forward and visit Richmond and perhaps look at a potential development possibility. And my regret and embarrassment is that it has taken almost 7 years or thereabouts to get to this point. A lot of it was not the project problem, and some of it wasn't the city. It was the regulations that we had to go through. And I just want to apologize because no developer or anyone should have to endure those kind of obstacles as they try to come to our community and do business. So I hope this council will be seriously concerned about trying to move this project forward. I think that if you go for another developer, you're going to go right back into another 7-year cycle or 5-year cycle of development. So my position is that let's try to work with Laconia and Mr. Wu and move this project and make it as good as we possibly can in the area. So that's my position. I thank you, Mr. Mendez, for your presentation. And I wish Laconia, Mr. Wu, the very best of success. Thank you.
Councilman Bates, thank you. If I could editorialize, all of this process, 7 years to get entitlements, took place while the state of California had a housing shortage of 3.5 million units. And I've heard it said that that shortage is greater than the housing shortage in all of the other 49 states combined. The source for this information is, by the way, Governor Gavin Newsom in his first speech after he was elected. So if we don't facilitate housing in the Bay Area, what are our children and grandchildren going to do? I have 10 grandchildren. I worry a lot. Am I going to have to go up to Reno to visit them? I'm not the only one who has that concern.
Councilmember Bates, if I may, through the chair, Mayor, but Bill Lee is available from Land Econ Group, the economist that the city has retained to assist with the fiscal analysis. If you'd like the question answered pertaining to the impact of the residences proposed.
Yes, I would appreciate that. And the public should be aware of what kind of financial impact this project will provide to the citizens. Thank you, Madam City Manager.
This is Bill Lee of the Land Econ Group. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Yes, we did a fiscal impact of the previous single family project, which had a little bit fewer units than the current version. And that project had a net general fund fiscal impact on the positive side of about 400,000 a year, 409. And I would expect the fiscal impact of this project to be very similar to that, maybe a little bit higher. So we feel at Build Out, this project contributes positively to the general fund balance of the city.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Yes, I was just curious, will Laconia be able to get a copy of the study that they paid for?
We'd certainly like to.
Anyone?
Yes, I think following council direction on that, we'd be happy to provide it.
If that's the case, I'd like to make a motion that we provide the study to Laconia since they paid for it.
Second.
You know, I'm not sure that's a proper motion. This item specifically said there was no direction from city council. So I think if you're going to do that, you need to put it on the next agenda. I don't have a problem with it.
No, we understand, Mr. Mayor. We'll take care of business. Thank you.
Okay.
What is the request made by the Vice Mayor?
We can certainly work on a broader reimbursement agreement for the city council's consideration.
Okay.
And to account for all the costs associated with the transaction to process the amendment, both the legal costs as well as the economic analysis, and request a deposit if that is something the city council would like us to bring back at a future meeting. I can certainly work with Lena and Dave in the city attorney's office to do so.
Okay, thank you. I was just going to suggest administratively you do it. You don't have to have a motion, Mr. Vice Mayor.
That's true. So hopefully that can happen.
If I could just say, I think it's certainly our intent to provide the developer with the study. We haven't actually commenced the negotiations. Developers asking for guidance to staff to move forward. We're happy to do that. Although the study shows a positive fiscal impact, there are elements of that, also looking at our impact fees, to be discussed in terms of an agreement with the developer. And we certainly would, as a part of that discussion, provide the developer with a copy of the report, because that would be part of our negotiation. We just haven't started, as council's aware, there are a few other little things going on. And so we haven't actually started into that serious dialogue, but it's going to be an open discussion and trying to arrive at an agreement that covers all of the elements of the project and puts the city and the developer in a positive situation. So there was no intent not to provide the study. We just haven't gotten to that point yet.
Did you have other questions, Councilmember Jimenez?
I just wanted to make a quick comment here. I think I agree with Councilmember Bates about continuing the negotiations. Certainly, we have here an opportunity to negotiate a stronger community benefits agreement. We just passed our community benefit policy. And I want to make sure that all the fees associated with the project will be paid. We have been hearing from a lot of our community members this idea or concept that the city just give away a lot to developers. So we want to make sure that with this project that doesn't happen, but that a good project is being built. And thank you for explaining why the other project is not financially available or feasible right now. We just got from a discussion about a big project in Point Molari where they are telling us that a project like this is financially feasible, and you show the numbers and are saying, well, actually the numbers are not quite there for that. So thank you for doing that as well. It's a good comparison or just showing us the numbers. And thank you, Bill, William Lee, for doing all the work. It has been really good for us to know also the numbers from you. So I just looking forward to a good negotiation. We had been telling some part, and what I am looking forward is to have a project that has a stronger community benefits for our workers and for the community here. So thank you.
Other comments from council members? Anybody? Okay, I'll give you mine. I'm not a supporter of this project for a lot of reasons. One is I think it's a terrible design. We have a world-class site here, and this is basically a single-family home subdivision that you might see in the Central Valley. There's absolutely nothing about the design of it that recognizes that it's a world-class waterfront property. So from a design standpoint, I think it's an absolute, it's just a horrible design. Second of all, we've had a lot of discussion about economic feasibility. We were told that that Laconia had done their own pro forma, but that they were not willing to share it with the city council. Apparently they shared it with Mr. Lee, and he summarized it for us. But I'm very suspicious of somebody who is making a pitch totally based on economics, but is unwilling to share their pro forma with us, the city council, who represents the community here. They want a copy of the study that we paid, well, they paid for it, but they want a copy of it, but they're not willing to share their study with us. And so I'm very disappointed in that. Talking about prices, I think I just heard them say that they were looking at maybe selling these units for about $550, $600 a square foot. These units are not going to come on the market for, in the best possible scenario, they're not going to come on the market in less than 3 years. So we're talking 2025. I can tell you that there are single family homes much smaller than these, no view, selling in Point Richmond right now for over $900 a square foot. And I've shared this information with them and with city staff. Matter of fact, I think I put it in an e-form, but there was a house sold within the last month in Point Richmond, 1,150 square feet, sold for over $1 million. That's about, I calculated out, it's $913 a square foot. No view, no parking. So I'm not convinced that their numbers are real. I think if you guys are committed to try to negotiate something on this, I would ask Laconia to split the proceeds of everything they sell over $600 a square foot, split them 50-50 with the city, because I think they're deliberately undervaluing this project, to try to sell you on the fact that they want to do it. Another thing I'm going to add to this, there's been a huge debate in California, particularly over the last year, about the history of redlining. And a lot of people have made the point that single family zoning is tantamount to redlining. And the state of California just passed a law basically outlawing single family zoning. And yet we're being asked to approve a single family home development on arguably one of the best pieces of property in the whole Bay Area. So this is going to end up being a very expensive, very exclusive development. I know they're going to have to provide some affordable units in here, but for the most part, it's going to be very, very high-end housing for very, very rich people. It doesn't bother me, but I know some of you don't like rich people. So those are, and I would also add that there have been 2 projects, both condos, sold out in Richmond within the last year and a half. We've got Noma, which is basically right on top of 580 freeway, totally sold out. And we've got Waterline down in the Brickyard Cove area, totally sold out. And I think what that tells you is that there's a market for multifamily ownership homes in Richmond. And the price is going up very quickly. You know, only a couple of years ago, the median home price in Richmond was about $550,000. Now it's approaching 900,000. I'm sorry, 800,000. So, you know, Richmond has been discovered. It's rapidly catching up with the rest of the Bay Area. We deserve good projects in Richmond. And, you know, I'm going to hark back. Any of you guys remember Ted Smith? You know, Ted Smith was he was a Richmond native and kind of a crotchety guy. He lived out in Pinole, but they made an exception to allow one out of Richmond resident to serve on the design review board. That was Ted Smith's seat. I think Nat Bates set that up, right, Nat? Remember that?
Oh yeah, I remember Ted.
Ted Smith,
Republican.
Yeah, he was a Republican. You know, and you know, you don't think of Ted Smith much as somebody who's sensitive to design and that kind of thing. And you kind of wonder, you know, what's he doing on the design review board? Well, you know, when developers used to come to Richmond with projects like this, Ted would tell them, he would say, "You get that garbage out of my city. Don't bring that to Richmond. You take it somewhere else." And I think we need Ted Smith now. We need somebody to stand up to developers, tell them that our city is as good as any other city, that we want the best. We're not going to put up with garbage here. We're not a place for people to dump bad projects. So you've heard it from me. You know, I'm only going to be around here 9.5 more months, but you're not going to see me supporting this project. If you ask me what to do, I would challenge Laconia to go out and get a different design that solves some of these problems. You know, they've got 157 homes there. I just counted on the site plan how many of them actually have bay views. It's like about 25 or something like that.
That's not correct.
And the rest of them, well, whatever it is, it's certainly not a lot.
Yeah.
And I think to take a site like that and put homes on it where their only view is the garage of the guy across the street it's just criminal. And I looked at those, I looked at the design of those houses, and most of them basically are nothing but a garage all the way across the front. Terrible design. So I would ask you guys, if you want to do business in Richmond, give us something we can be proud of, or stand aside and let somebody else come in. Okay.
Can I respond to any of that, Mr. Mayor?
Say what?
Can I respond to any of that?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Yes, Noma and Waterline sold out in the low $400 a foot, notwithstanding your one example of something that sold for 900. You have used the expression horrible design, and you've used this expression too in my private meetings with you. Design is in the eye of the beholder, and we will be working with Design Review Board and the staff to develop a design which the city of Richmond likes, and which, by the way, is saleable. That is the key thing. The worst thing that happens is we build it, and if we build it and they don't come, they don't buy. Let me finish, please. You yourself, in your e-blast at the end of 2020, made the point, and I say this with no disrespect, but I'm quoting you, that prices in Richmond, home prices, are 60% on average of what they are in the rest of the Bay Area, notwithstanding one home that sells for $900 a foot now. So yes, it's a great site. It's in Richmond. We're dealing with certain issues that accrue to Richmond. And again, I say this with no disrespect. We have been involved with this project for 9 years because it was 2 years ago that we got entitlements. 2 years have gone by. It took 7 years to get entitlements. Please don't question our desire to do something in Richmond and to do something great in Richmond. I think we have proved that over 9 years. I respect the fact that you don't approve the site. Candidly, I don't respect that you trash it.
Okay, any other comments from council members? Do we have public speakers, Madam Clerk?
Yes, we do. We have 2.
Okay,
Okay, we have Nikki and Lisa Johnson. Nikki, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Nikki Beasley, Richmond Neighborhood Housing Services. Anytime we hear about ownership, we're always excited. Being infield small site developers know that it's a great feat to build from the ground up to try to make something that can be affordable. So knowing that there's not going to be an actionable item, I would ask council to consider, as what was talked about throughout the night, about accessibility, equity, and not leveraging this project to be a gentrification opportunity, and that they find a way to have some affordability to assist first-time home buyers that are between the 80 to 120 AMI levels, are supporting loan products like Cal FHA up to 150% AMI. So affordable doesn't necessarily mean poor, but at the same time, Mayor, it's not that we're mad at rich people, but we do need to find a way for people of color to gain access to the only wealth building tool that exists currently is through real estate. And as you look at your constituents, the demographics show that for most of the individuals that are in the city of Richmond could not barely afford anything over $800,000. So definitely implore that there is some affordability to support the existing residents that could possibly come together and to purchase in the area.
Thank you. Next speaker is Lisa Johnson. Lisa, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and council members. You know, when this RFP was done in 2013, there were 6 offers that were reviewed. 4 of those developers proposed 75, 138, 150, or 156 units. One developer didn't specify the number of units, and the selected developer proposed 320 units. Nearly twice, if not more, what all the other developers did propose. The chosen proposal was a red flag then, and now we find a proposal 9 years later that is closer in scale and density to many of the other proposals. The community welcomes a reasonably sized development for this site. If there are still plans to include a mixed-use building, it's not really clear why. Many believe a clubhouse for the HOA to hold meetings would be much more appropriate. Lastly, the city was legally obligated to take over Brickyard Cove Road when Seacliff completed development. That was almost 15 years ago, and yet the city has failed to assume ownership of Brickyard Cove Road. Why? It's a public road, and a subset of the HOAs in Brickyard Cove should not be expected to continue to maintain a public road. If the city is not going to assume ownership as legally required, then the developers of both Terminal 1 and the PG&E sites should be required to pay for repairing and repaving the road, which has areas that will not stand up to all of the heavy trucks associated with construction. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no more public speakers.
okay, so it's 10:53, and we have 3 consent calendar, two, I guess, 2 consent calendar items to hear. So I think this is a good time to see if people want to extend the meeting to hear those 2 items.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to extend the meeting into the end of those 2 items.
Well, if it goes past 11:30, we'll have to do it.
Suspend the rules and do it again. Yeah, I understand.
Okay, is there a second?
Yes, I second that.
Okay, let's call roll, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis is absent, and Mayor Butt.
No.
The motion passes with Mayor Butt voting no. Councilmember Willis is absent.
Okay, we'll start with item 0.1.a.
Yes.
And let me go back to that one. Why don't you read that item?
Okay, item 01A is to consider and introduce an ordinance for the first reading, amending Richmond Municipal Code, Chapter 12.30, video service provider, utility and special district encroachments by incorporating Chapter 12.29, street opening and pavement restoration regulations, adding provisions that address private landowner encroachments into the public right-of-way, easements, and street vacations, retitling Chapter 12.30, encroachments and easements, and rescinding Chapter 12.29 in its entirety.
So I pulled this, and I think staff did a really good job in drafting this ordinance. I think they covered almost all the necessary points, and they incorporated some of the suggestions of the city council. In reviewing it, I added a couple of more suggestions. One was that for a private application for an encroachment, that a sign be required, posted at the site, that has all the necessary information in it about the proposed encroachment and so forth. I'm not going to get into details, but these are commonly done on at development, so that if somebody has some curiosity about it, they know what's going on. And the second one was that we add a restriction in there that would require preservation of a minimum right of way for future street use. Now, the vast number of streets in Richmond have rights of way that are between 30 and 60 feet. I don't think I've ever seen a street other than an alley that has a right of way of less than 30 feet. And most streets are 50 or 60 feet. So my suggestion was that for a one-way street, that the minimum right of way to be preserved would be 9 feet for a travel lane and 4 feet each side for a sidewalk, which is the minimum to meet ADA requirements. And then for a two-way street, that the minimum right of way to be preserved would be 2 9-foot travel lanes, which would be 18 feet, plus 4-foot sidewalk each side. So a one-way street would require 17 feet to be preserved, and that's out of a right of way of at least 30 feet. And a two-way street would require 26 feet, and that would be either out of a 30-foot right of way or a 60-foot right of way. So I'm prepared to well, let me see if anybody else has any comments. Any other comments from
Mayor?
Yes.
Could you ask Public Works how they think about? I think the sign thing is a great idea, and I think we had one sign requirement, but yours is more specific. So that's great. But I would ask the Public Works Director what he thinks about those minimum travel widths, and what they think about that.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, City Attorney. Mr. Mayor, I think the only concern I would have is, as you well know, in Point Richmond, there are quite a few areas where there's two-way streets that are narrower than that designation. So as long as I think we have discretion on how that geometry works within the travel, within the right of way, so long as it's not impeding sight distance and other general traffic safety measures, I think that would be one thing that we want to make sure that we have some discretion or latitude in.
Well, I'm talking about minimums.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so,
Certainly.
asking for a minimum of 9 feet for a travel lane, that's the width of a parking place.
Mhm.
And the ADA requires a new sidewalk to be 4 feet wide. So I just don't want to see, I just don't want to see a street that may need to be preserved in the future, signed away in an encroachment agreement. So anyway, go ahead, Councilmember McLaughlin.
I think you were about to make a motion, and I would like to really hear from the public speakers before your motion, if that's
Okay, we can do that. Are there public speakers?
Yes, we have one speaker. Okay, I'll go ahead and call Ellie B. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Ellie B.
Hi, this is Eli. Thank you guys for getting to this. I feel a little stupid earlier about thinking that it was pulled, but anyway, we're here now. So I appreciate everybody taking the time to listen. Mr. Mayor, I totally understand your point that you're trying to make about the minimum right away, but I also think that Mr. Leach's point of having certain discretion is extremely important. I live in Point Richmond on a one-way street where there are no sidewalks, and a particular project we're trying to work on to have move forward meets many different requirements, and working with engineering and public works to make sure that we're actually going to make this street a safer place, but it would not meet these minimum requirements that you're talking about as far as having a 9 foot. I don't know exactly all the numbers you were using, but the point is setting this example into space would eliminate our opportunity to move forward with this particular project, which already has been well documented and almost approved by the city. Was halted due to this particular amendment. And I think that it's great that, we need to make this amendment, have the public, be more involved, but to add this other stipulation in to potentially access out doesn't make a lot of sense, particularly given that we are going to be improving and making the street safer. There is no sidewalk now. We're going to put somewhat of a sidewalk in and a safe space for pedestrians to walk where they cannot now. So I'd at least like the opportunity to be able to present it to the council. I'm running out of time, so I'm going to yield. I appreciate you guys for taking the time to stay late and listen to this. Thanks.
Thank you. There are
So,
no
I'm
public.
sorry.
Sorry.
That's the only speaker?
Yeah.
So, Mr. Public Works Director, are you aware that the California Fire Code requires a minimum 18-foot right-of-way for a two-way street?
That I'm aware that is a required travel lane. Yes.
Right.
Mhm.
That's what I'm. Yeah. So
Certainly.
So why would it be objectionable to reserve at least an 18-foot wide travel lane for a two-way street?
I think it's more of the concern of how the geometry of adding the 4 foot sidewalk on both sides. So that's an additional 8 feet. So if that can be accommodated, if that proposed distance can be accommodated on one side, again, I'm thinking primarily in the areas of Point Richmond. There may be other areas throughout Richmond where this is a non-issue. But the areas like Mr. Bertram's area that I'm particularly aware of, and others that we're aware of, where the streets are either one way or narrower, and you're against hillsides, uphill slopes and downhill slopes where that 4 foot sidewalk would become problematic.
Well, would you go for 1 4 foot sidewalk?
I think that using that discretion, I think we can try to accommodate that. Yes.
Minimum travel lane of 9 feet plus a 4-foot sidewalk.
Yes.
Okay. And then what about a 2-lane street? Minimum 18 feet with a 4-foot sidewalk.
I think we can make that work. We'll
Okay.
just give it a try.
Okay, so I will move this item with those two modifications. The sign with information about the applicant and the project and who to call at the city for additional information and so on and so forth. And then minimum 9-foot travel lane plus a 4-foot sidewalk for a one-way street, and a 18-foot travel lane plus a 4-foot sidewalk for a 2-way street. That's minimum. Doesn't mean that you couldn't ask for more. Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes, I have a question for our Public Works Director. So is this variation of the first motion that Mayor Butt was going to put forward with some modifications, how would that affect Mr. Bertrand's project? I ask that because I know he has been waiting patiently for a number of years, and this whole amendment process for encroachments, it was way before this amendment idea started being discussed, and then it got put on hold because the mayor wanted to do this amendment, and that took a while. And it seems like he has some good safety measures that he wants to put in place. So I'm wondering if you have any understanding at this point as to, would this modified motion that the mayor is putting forward allow his project to go forward?
Thank you for bringing that up, Councilmember McLaughlin. I'll have to look at that specifically. I know that Mr. Bertram's project does account for some, I think what we talked about is pedestrian refuge as part of his what he's doing with his adjacent fence and wall. It's not 4 feet wide, so there may be opportunity to look at what's across the paved area. So we'll have to look at those particular details with him before I can definitively say.
If I may suggest that, we do have a couple situations that have been hanging fire for quite a while. And we brought one ordinance forward a couple of months ago, and we realized it was inadequate. We then spent a lot of time to reconstruct the ordinance. And so, as the mayor said, I think we have a much improved product here. What I would suggest, because of these time deadlines, we go ahead and introduce the ordinance with the changes that the mayor and public works director have discussed. And in the next 2 weeks, I think that the public works director can look specifically at the implications of these changes to the 2 projects that are out there. And if they're able to work within these restrictions, then we can go on to the second reading. But if there's a glitch or it has to be further adjusted, we can bring that back and tell you. But meanwhile, we're trying to move forward as quickly as we can, as opposed to putting it off and going and looking. I think it'd be a good step, a confidence builder to our public that we've gotten this first step underway. And if we have to fine tune it, modify it, we can always come back and do that.
Thank you, City Attorney. That sounds like a good plan.
Okay. Anybody want to second my motion?
Second.
Okay. Any other discussion? Hearing none, call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez.
No, only because I can't visualize the implications of it. And if we need to change things, we're back to a first reading anyway. So I think staff should look at the implications first and then let us vote. So no.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis is absent, and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The motion passes with Vice Mayor Martinez voting no And Councilmember Willis is absent.
Okay, I think our last item is 0.11.A. Would you read that, please?
Yes. Item 0.11.A is to adopt a resolution approving Veolia Water to manage and award contracts for the Ferry Point Lift Sewer Pump Replacement Project at Dornan Drive and Brickyard Cove Road to Thompson Builders, Inc. for pump, for pump replacement. Applied Material Engineers, special inspection, and Quest Engineer geotech testing for an amount not to exceed $2,732,742. And that includes a 15% contingency cost.
Well, I believe Councilmember Jimenez took that off, right?
Yeah, I had been in communication with Public Works Director because I had been receiving some inquiries from some of the residents about how much will this increase the rates, or for instance, if this is something that the Terminal 1 project supposed to be taking care of. And if so, how much that will be, and like now that we are talking about this project, is this cost will be part of the agreements and negotiations. So I just and I know Joe Leach sent some information, but I want to make sure that he has opportunity to explain the public this question that had been asked about it. So go ahead.
Certainly, thank you, Councilmember Jimenez. So the project, the Ferry Point lift station, was envisioned as part of the sewer lift station master plan, and that particular project looked at all the city lift stations throughout the city. Did an assessment on each one of them, a condition assessment, and determine what types of rehabilitation that needed to take place and cost associated with those. So then that particular master plan study and those costs were then folded into the rate study that was done. So that study, the master plan was done in 2018, the rate study was done in 2020. And so the capital cost associated with this rehabilitation project is being borne by both the current ratepayers, because they're the ones that are currently using it, but also it's being borne by those who are connecting into the system, which is what Terminal 1 will pay a connection fee, which will go towards their use of the capacity for both the system, that lift station, and the wastewater treatment facility. So Terminal 1 does not have a specific obligation to upgrade that particular system. Their obligation is to pay their impact fees with each building permit. And with that, I can take any additional questions that you may have to help clarify.
Yeah, you have any more questions, Councilmember Jimenez?
No, I think you had clarified. Thank you so much.
Okay.
I just want to make sure that the public was able to hear
Do we have any public speakers?
No, we do not.
Okay, we need a motion.
I move the item.
Okay, motion by Jimenez, second by whom?
Johnson.
By Johnson. Okay, let's call the roll, please.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis is absent, and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Willis absent.
So the motion to extend the meeting was to cover those two items. We have item Q, reports of officers. Does anybody, we got time to do it. Anybody have anything they want to do under that?
I want to ask that the meeting be closed in memory of Johnny Holmes.
Okay.
A lot of people may not know Johnny Holmes, but Johnny was the leader of the Half Steppers track team. And he brought before the city council numerous state championships where his youngsters had both boys and girls had won state championships in track. So he was a longtime Richmond resident, and he made a significant contribution to young people and to the community of Richmond at large. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Johnson.
Yeah, my mom actually used to run for the Richmond House Half Steppers. I just wanted to publicly thank thank God, this is not a memorial. I wanted to publicly thank the Richmond Police Department, as well as all of the parties involved in successfully finding my little cousin, Kalia McKelvin. There's a crisis going on throughout this country of young Black girls going missing and not making it back home. But I just want to thank all of the parties involved for making sure that she made it back home. I know her mother and father are extremely happy to have her back. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else have anything before we adjourn?
Well, I would hope, Mr. Mayor, I was waiting for you to adjourn the meeting in honor and memory of the Sacramento young people that were slain. That could have very well been here in the city of Richmond. So my heart goes out to the families who lost their loved ones, and thank God it was not in Richmond. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll add that. Anybody have anything else? Okay, this meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.
Night. Thank you.
Good night, everybody.